show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others.
Pacific414 Pop Talk is here. Sit back and relax and join the conversation. We got Aaron, Orman, Tagge, Cash Money, 007, and even Mike too. Pop culture, entertainment, news and reviews. Discussions are had, opinions made. From the panel to the chat, everyone is welcome here. Reactions, watch parties, and special guests. We like to have a good time. Pacific414 Pop Talk is underway. Pull up a seat, we're inviting you to stay. Articles, collectibles, reviews, you say. Aaron, Cash, and Mike bring the fun tonight. Now sit back, relax, enjoy the show. Don't forget to like or comment below. We almost forgot to share out the show. Pacific414 Pop Talk is one of a kind, it's true.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome one and all to this edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk, coming to you live on the Pacific414 YouTube channel and Rumble channel. X is apparently having an issue, but that's okay. We got 2 out of the 3 going, and we've also got Darren with me, and Cash should be on at some point. He's just
It's amazing. He's not here yet again. Why am I not surprised? Cash. Late as always.
But, you know, he'll be here. He said he just has some errands to do, and then he'll be on, so that's good. And, you know, I do want to address something that's in the chat on the YouTube side. I don't care who is the first person in the chat. I don't care who the last person in the chat is. What I care about is that you're all here and you all want to hear about the topics that we have lined up tonight.
What if I'm not interested in the topics?
Oh, you can sit it out, Baron.
Well, I don't like the topics you picked today.
Well, that's just too bad.
You know, can I personally address this issue, if we don't mind?
All right.
Brandon, if you're still sitting out there, who knows? Because I put you in the timeout because you're just being an obnoxious jerk. I want to go back to the fact that we welcomed you in. Mike welcomed you in with open arms way back in the day. And all you ever did when you came in to reward him with that is be obnoxious, a jerk, narcissistic, and that's not the way it goes. Now, the timer will go up, will come off in about maybe 8 minutes or so. Fine. But you friggin' behave. And you contribute in the chat, not be an obnoxious little troll. And that's all you are. I figured it out for a long time. I just behaved. I was being nice for Mike's sake. But now I just come to the point where, as a moderator, I just wanted to address this is why, in case you have any questions. But that's okay. You probably ran off to another channel to be the obnoxious troll that you are. If that's the case, bye. Back to you, Mike. See, I was nice. I was nice.
Let's also address the fact that he has been that way for a while, but he's also sent his friend Jokey Jokes over to troll the channel asking if Brandon was here. I do not appreciate that. I do not welcome it. If that continues, the timeout will be a permanent ban. I've had enough, Brandon.
Yeah. That's what you call shitting on the person who's feeding you, biting the hand that feeds you. Because again, Mike was very kind and generous and welcoming. Mike really is. Mike is a bud, but you're not his bud guy. See what I did there?
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted just think. I know there's people in the chat that were curious about what the hell's going on. We have transparency here.
We
have
do. We do.
Steve Newell.
This has been going on for more than a couple of years, and I've told Baron backstage, I've had enough.
Mhm.
I've been
That's
more than patient.
That's why I played a little bit in the chat beforehand. But yeah, I mean, I have enough problems with broken records, that do the skips all the time. I don't need to hear it in the chat.
No.
Right,
No.
guys and gals? Yeah, look.
Everybody is welcome to contribute to any part of the conversation that we have this evening, have on Sundays, have during any streams. But what I don't appreciate is the constant trolling. And I'm putting my foot down on it now. My patience has worn thin.
It has. But we like to play with our food before. But look at all the wonderful people we do have in the chat. I tell you what. Except for DJ Ronnie G.
Oh, come on. Even DJ Ronnie G is a good person.
He's a great guy. And you know what else he is? Nerd.
And, Brandon, you probably are a great person, but it's your constant trolling that has outworn its welcome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, repetitive, it just shows that you have no creative wit or intelligence. It gets boring hearing the same old trolling over and over again and not try to find new things. There's an art to trolling. And you don't want to be so repetitive that you're so friggin' boring and obnoxious and people just go, we don't want to see you no more. Because we're tired of the repetitive trolling that's out there. That's all. It's just like, at least be original. If you're going to troll, be original.
And I'm not raging. I mean, no need to do that. It's just,
no.
I've had my limit. And
right. Yeah. You probably would get a medal, Lady Mist. In my seat.
I was going to say, if one of the dragons accidentally ate you, Baron, we'd still hear you. The dragon wouldn't be able to digest you. We'd still hear you. I'm here. I'm inside the dragon's stomach.
I hope you made sure you put quotes around the accidental part because it wouldn't be an accident. I can tell you what. I know better than that. I ain't that dumb. I mean, I'm dumb, but I'm not that dumb. That coconut tree.
But I do want to say hello to everyone who is here. And, I do appreciate everybody who comes in. And again, I don't care if you're the first one here. I don't care if you're the last one here. The point is, you're here, and I'm appreciative of that. Even if you're seeing this on the replay, I'm appreciative of that. Because not everybody can catch every live stream while it's live. Heck, some people, they themselves need to take a break from social media and YouTube just to, wind down.
Hey, Mike, I was halfway in. Oh, well, that didn't come out right, did it? Never mind. I was trying to do a joke where I wasn't first, I wasn't last, I was in between. But, that didn't come out right either. Never mind.
No.
I'm shutting up now.
No.
Go back to you, Mike. I'm done. I was honestly trying to do a joke. It was honestly, I was not trying to do the phrasing crap. Oh, my God.
You're out there on the mound, Barrett. I'm seeing you throw one ball out of the zone after another. It's like, okay, I'm taking them out.
Yeah.
We got somebody up in the bullpen? No? Fine, I'll pitch.
Hey, let's do a little banana ball that way, huh?
What's wrong with you, Barrett? I brought you in not to give up runs. What are you doing walking this guy, and you're getting ready to walk the next guy, too?
Well, that's not runs, is it? You said not to give people runs. You didn't say anything about walks. Come on, make up your mind already. You're confused.
The last time you did this, you gave up a 2-run home run. You walked the first guy, and the next guy decided, you know what? He's throwing me a pitch outside. I'm just gonna leap out of the batter's box and swing my hardest and hit it over the fence. But Lady Mist, thank you for being here. Really do appreciate having you here this evening. And of course, if your dragons do accidentally eat Baron, don't worry. They won't be able to digest him, so he'll still be on the show. I'll just have a dragon co-host.
Yeah.
That would be pretty cool, though.
Actually, it would actually be. I can't. Yeah. That would be.
Of course, we also have Jace Fox of 540 Studios. Good to see you too, Jace. Hope you're doing well, brother. Oh, come on. You do a show with him every Thursday.
I do?
On the 540 Studios. Called The Beyond. It's in its 4th season.
It's not 540 yet. Eddie's here.
Of course it's not 540 yet. You're in Central Time.
Yeah.
It's only 514.
Yep. 514 right here. There you go. Hey, you're good with math.
I got a clock right in front of me, dude.
What? Yeah, but you're in Eastern Time, so you've seen the clock in Eastern Time. How could it be 514?
But I can subtract an hour back.
Oh,
boy, is it going to be one of these shows where that supposed guy who carries the show has to be carried by the manager? Come on.
Carry me, please. I've been tired because I've been carrying it so much. I'm worn out. I'm just
listen to this. Listen to this.
Oh.
But Lester, Skeptic Tank Obsessions, thank you for being here. Also, let me scroll down. I know I saw him. I know. You wanted me to play Rivals on Monday. I just wasn't feeling like playing with anybody on Monday, Shane.
He wanted to play with himself.
I was only going to play a couple matches anyway, and the matches, they went okay. I mean, it's Rivals at this point, so you take the good with the bad.
He missed that one, folks. That's okay.
Well, actually, I intentionally ignored it.
Oh, good. You're getting better. You're getting better at that.
And of course, we have DJ Ronnie G in the house.
Nerdles.
DJ Ronnie G and his turtles. And of course, Jace is having fun with the emojis that all channel members get.
Mm-hmm.
And Shane St. Baron says he doesn't want to summon Captain Planet together. Oh, great. Baron, you were supposed to combine your powers too. What the hell is this?
I don't know. Captain Planet, who's that? I'm the guy that tosses the candy bar wrapper in the ground and go, ha! Doing my bit to destroy the planet.
And Lester says, permaban, a dirty word in my Xbox support days. I know you were, brother, and I still want to get you on another edition of The Adventure Continues, a Star Trek discussion. Don't worry, man. I'm not mad at you. There's no differences between us. We express our point of view on Sunday. Each said our piece. We're cool, man. Don't worry.
Where'd that come from? But you should pick the episode.
Besides, if I was mad at you, I would have acknowledged you on Monday, but I acknowledged you, man.
I know. You get to pick the episode. Spock Spring.
You say that today, Shane, but if you saw me play Monday, it wasn't one of my finest moments.
I'm going to ask a stupid question here, legitimate. DPS? What's that?
Yeah, basically damage damage I do in the game. It wasn't one of my finest moments. No. My record wasn't where I wanted it to be at the end. My assists weren't where I wanted them to be. The kills in the game were where I wanted them to be. I was trying to stay alive mostly because everyone else on the team was rushing in. So I knew I had to slow my roll.
Mm.
Don't worry, I got a few good hits in, but
Good.
I can't go rushing in when everyone else on the team is dying, and it's like, okay, I got to re-strategize.
Walk slowly and sniff the daisies on your way there. Let the other ones rush in.
No, I've got a good patience threshold. It may not sound like it when I play games, but if you talk to me in real life, I've got a lot of patience.
Yeah, I mean, he still has me around after all these years.
Oh, come on, there. And you and I have known each other for 4 years, man.
I know. But the thing is you have patience. You kept me around that long. You know, hey, if you can put up with me, you can put up with anybody, okay?
Yeah.
Cash over.
That's the main story, man. That's the main story. I'm not skipping to the last page of the book. We haven't even started the first chapter yet, Shane. Hold on. I'll get there. Baron and I will get there. We'll all get there together.
But wouldn't David Hasselhoff have to take his geriatric pills and Viagra to do the part again? Just asking.
And DJ says it's like the Beyond section in Bed Bath and Beyond. yeah, that's where they do the podcast from.
Yeah,
You know,
Jason,
Jason's at Bed Bath and Beyond in Norway. And
the fourth season of Bed Bath and Beyond at Chase Fox's 540 studio. Watch out for the bubbles. Bubbles.
And you know it's pumpkin spice season, so you might get some of those candles.
God help us. Oh God. Thanks for reminding me. That's the one thing I hate about this season.
Yeah, I know. Hey, get your pumpkin spice Starbucks overpaid coffee right here.
Hey, get your pumpkin spice anima. Yeah, I'll clean you straight out. And I'll have a nice, refreshing smell.
Coloscopy with pumpkin spice. Yeah, that's the smell I want coming out of my asshole.
Well, it's better than the stuff that comes out now. That's mine, that is.
Well, I was gonna finish it, but yeah. I think everybody else might get the picture.
Yeah, shit. Whoa. Hey, DJ, I got a heartwarming story for you. And for real, actually, where the long suffering currently is working. They had an invasion. They had an invasion of a little baby snapper turtle. And the one lady in the office, he came walking in, don't know how he got in there, but he snuck in. So she picked the little thing up and brought him outside. I think she wanted to keep him, but reminded me of the 4 that I had when I was a kid. And then set him free so he'd be safe. Yep. So I thought you'd like that turtle story.
Yeah, you had 4?
Yeah, I had 4. When I was a kid, I had 4 baby snapping turtles.
Why didn't you train them in the art of ninjutsu, man?
Well, I was forced to give them up too soon. Yeah, but I wanted to. Thing is that was before the age of teenage snapping. Teenage Mutant Ninja Snapping Turtles. There we go.
Teenage Snapping Ninja Turtles.
There you go.
Or Teenage Mutant Snapping Turtles, whatever, however you want to say it. I screwed it up. See, we're screwing it up today. Yeah. Don't feel so bad, Baron.
Yeah, but I tell you what, the apartment I lived in here in town, right next to the clay hole, which is all full of water and very deep, but they have like 3 gigantic snapping turtles. I mean, the one is huge, and it's like, whoa. It's like if it had bad taste, it could eat Rosie O'Donnell, but it has good taste and doesn't.
If it has
Turtles need
bad
big
taste,
tanks.
it could eat Rosie O'Donnell. There's an image none of us needs.
Oh yeah, are you talking about an M60 Abrams? Yeah, I think turtles. That's the type of tank turtles need. Is not the Sherman tanks, but the Abrams. That they need the big tanks. Can you see DJ's turtles tooling around in that big old tank?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I bet they
Yeah.
could operate it no problem.
I don't know how many snappers she has, but I just know the Quail has 3 snappers. At least.
Well, there weren't many snappers this summer at the box office, but there is one company that just barely beat out all the rest.
They're saved. They're saved.
You sure about that?
Snappers can live anywheres. They win. Disney wins. Yay! You know why? Because Deadpool and Wolverine saved Disney Marvel.
That was last year, Baron.
Well, okay, so they had to go back a year to help boost it up. There we go.
This article comes from that Park Place, and it's by Marvin Montanaro, and it says Disney wins summer 2025 box office, but only because everyone else lost.
So they're the number 1 loser.
And why does Bob Iger look like he just took a crap? He bited himself.
He looks like he did. Yeah.
He's like, oh no, I went boom boom.
Okay. He saw the real numbers and
I crap myself. The summer 2025 box office has wrapped, and the headlines will tell you that Disney came out on top. That's technically true, but if we're being honest, this victory says more about how dismal the competition was than about Disney's strength. This was not about a coronation. It was a race where everyone tripped over their shoelaces. Oh, I've been a part of those kind of races. I've tripped over my own shoelaces.
hey, I just did that earlier today, and I'm not even wearing shoes. So.
And Disney just happened to hobble across the finish line first.
I think cobbling is way too kind.
Yeah. According to Deadline, the domestic summer box office grossed about 3.5 million. That's slightly higher than last year, but still far from the 4.5 to 5 billion Hollywood once counted on before the lockdown era. In other words, even with supposed heavy hitters like Fantastic Four, Superman, Jurassic World Rebirth in theaters, 2025 couldn't deliver the kind of movie going rebound the industry has been promising for years. Oh, that's because a lot of those movies sucked.
Yeah. Yeah. No argument.
And it's good to see Tree Rock here. Good to have you here, Tree Rock. And what did Shane say? Hollywood is coping with the worst turnout for blockbuster summers ever. Yeah, they're going to have to cope.
Mm-hmm.
And it says it's all flops. All of them. Yeah, not a single one of them was a huge hit this summer.
No.
I mean, the only one that you might be able to say was a huge hit was Lilo and Stitch, but
Right.
that's about it.
Yeah.
It's not like
put
previous summers where you had multiple movies reach the $1 billion mark.
Well, I mean, I think that was their big movie. That's the one that put them up above top. It did really good in the theaters. So yeah, that basically is their only hit. That's the only thing that put them on the top tier of the loser list.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, I mean, Fantastic Four, week 2. Well, they say 66, but I heard 64. But either way, it's horrible. It's horrible drop. You shouldn't have that. And of course, Thunderbolts, are the new Avengers or whatever it is they're trying to pull off there. I don't know. And Ilio, I mean, first of all, I really never heard much about that film beforehand. I didn't even know it was coming out. But then again, I live a sheltered life.
I only knew it was coming out when my sister and I back in April went to that
Yeah,
special movie event where they were showing different trailers, and that happened to be one of them. I looked at my sister. I said, "This looks weird."
yeah. And it basically was, a wokey pokey film and such like that. Bob Iger and gang came down and told him, "Hey, I want you to do this Pixar or else," type of thing, and it sucked. It sucked. I mean, take a look at the budget. I mean, it's a critical praise. I don't give a frig about critics. They can be the most paid off, and by paying off, they don't even need to have money slipped to them. It's just the fact that they get a prestigious spot or the ability to get a scoop or whatnot with the studio, or go to that fancy caviar dinner. So
All those fancy shindigs, where they hobnob and kiss each other's ass, and they have to keep putting on chapstick because their lips are getting dry from kissing
yeah,
their ass.
yeah, and they may have the palest skin in the world, but yet somehow that nose is very brown, very brown.
Says here, Lilo and Stitch live action was the rare breakout, crossing the $1 billion mark worldwide. Nostalgia drove families into theaters, but one hit remake isn't a strategy, it's a lifeline. Yeah, and
Hmm.
I've heard some people say they didn't like how the Lilo and Stitch live action changed the original animated movie's ending.
Right.
Fantastic Four First Steps debuted with a splash, but then nosedived in week two with a brutal 66% drop. Well, I did say it was better than, Captain America, Brave New World, and the last Ant-Man movie, but that's not saying much.
Well, yeah,
Luckily, I used a gift card for that.
right. And to be honest, I have a sneaky feeling people are getting Pedro Pascal out. I mean,
Mhm.
everywhere you turn around, and it's basically the same studio, little group of studios that are pushing him. And yes, I mean that pushing him in on us, and he's going to be in the next Avengers film, obviously, um, because they're going to get sucked into there for some reason. The Fantastic Four, and it's a sad thing because just by when you saw the previews and all that, and the beautiful sets and backgrounds and all that retro future.
Mhm.
Uh, I just love that. I just love that. I think there should be
Oh,
more
trust me, it
retro.
was nice to look at when I was watching the movie, but the movie itself, it's like, it's
Right. I like to see some more retro future. To be honest with you, not steampunk, not diesel punk, or any of that. I want to see retro future,
Well,
like they were showing in that.
that's what you used to see in comic books too back in
Hmm.
the day. Is
Yeah.
retro future.
Hmm. Yeah.
Make
Some
it
people might.
recognizable for, the time that's being published, but also at the same time make it look like it could be from the future.
Hmm. Yeah. It's beautiful. I mean, in a sense, superhero films not only are science fiction, they're also fantasy. Play up the
Mhm.
fantasy aspect. That's where I want to have a parallel universe. I want this to be in a universe adjacent to us, looking at what if certain things went a different way and how would it look? I mean, that's great. It's not relying on, hey, let's bring all these people from the different parallel universes over, boom, and and use that trope over and over and over again.
Mhm.
That's I like the fact that when we see a film like that, this isn't our Earth. It is Earth, but not ours, and we're able to be lucky enough to take a peek in there and see what's going on.
Mhm.
That's what I like.
And
That's
it's made clear in the movie, spoiler, that this isn't our Earth.
hmm
It's a different Earth.
hmm Be honest with you, I consider any superhero Earth not our Earth.
Does say here that it finished with over 500 million globally, the best Marvel showing of the year, but hardly the kind of juggernaut Disney used to bank on. Yeah, I mean, last time they had a hit was Avengers Endgame, as far
Hmm.
as crossing the $1 billion mark.
Yeah.
There might have been some others, but that's one that comes to mind immediately.
You know they wanted much more than that out of Fantastic Four.
Oh yeah, the way they were hyping it up and
Hmm.
really pushing it, not just Pedro Pascal, but the whole team, and how important it was to have them as part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Hmm. I'll
And it
go back
says,
and watch the Corman one.
yeah, says Thunderbolts found some critical favor, but audiences stayed home. With 382 million worldwide, it barely broke even in theaters. Well, they also changed it to the New Avengers.
Yeah,
Try to get people to come in.
and to circle back on this, critics are little bitches. So I don't care what the critics say. Obviously, the people who go see these didn't like it.
Yep, that's true,
Hmm.
Shane. You do have to add hundreds of millions of dollars for advertising. And you have to factor that into the production budget of any of these movies,
Hmm.
including Superman.
Yeah, I mean they're good at playing games with money and and saying one thing, uh, and then yeah, it's ridiculous. This film really didn't make them any money at all,
No.
or if it did, barely.
And Elio, Pixar's original film, won critical praise, but fizzled in theaters with $152 million take against a budget that some estimated topped $300 million after the film had to be completely reworked. See, that's another problem with a lot of these movies, the budgets.
Mhm.
$300 million budget. Yeah, I know it's an animated film, but you've had $300 million or more for live action. Look at, the Mission Impossible films. Dead Reckoning and Final Reckoning. Those had close to 300 million, if not more, for both of them.
This is a CGI animated film. It's not supposed to be that expensive. That's what
It
we're all
shouldn't be.
told.
It
It'd
shouldn't
bring the
be.
budgets down, and they'd be able to do wonderful things. Well, they failed on both parts. They're spending more money and they're coming out with shittier effects.
Well, not only are they coming out with shittier effects, the stories aren't good,
Mm-mm.
and I seriously still stand by this. There is comic book movie fatigue.
Mm-hmm.
We've had it going on for 20, 25 years.
Mm-hmm.
I think people just want a break, which is something I've been saying the whole time after Endgame. Disney needed to take a break after Endgame,
Mm-hmm.
reset their creative juices. But no, they kept pumping out the TV series, the movies.
No,
They
just like
never took
Star
a
Wars.
break. It says Disney won the summer 2025 season because its rivals underperformed even more. But make no mistake, this wasn't the box office muscle of the 2010s. This was scraping by. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
All
Yeah,
right.
the MCU.
Call it the MCU. Call it Disney just being plain stupid with
Mm-hmm.
the way they were marketing these movies, too.
Yeah.
And also what the actors were saying. Gotta blame
Well,
the actors, the writers, directors.
mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Learn to keep your mouth shut. Don't go out there shooting your mouth off for things that doesn't matter to the film on the press junket for the film. It's like shut up.
Hmm.
And who's the discount Keanu Reeves there next to the discount bastard child of Thor and Captain America?
That's Bucky.
Bucky's the one that looks like the discount Keanu Reeves. Okay, I just wanted to make
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
I mean, those guys don't look good. They look like a joke. I'm sorry, they
They look
do.
like us if we dressed up as superheroes.
Yeah,
To be perfectly
exactly.
honest, Baron, they look like us if we dress up as superheroes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's just That looks ridiculous. There's no awe to any of them. None. I mean, the guy that looks like the Thor Captain America blood child there in the red. I mean, he's about the most impressive looking of the lot. Again, there's a low bar, but other than that, then you got discount Keanu Reeves, and you got I don't know.
That's Wyatt Russell. I don't remember what they call his character, but that's Wyatt Russell.
Mm-hmm. Then you got the girl next to him that all of a sudden the vibrating panties all of a sudden went haywire on her, and then I don't know who the blonde is, but
it's Florence Pugh.
Oh, okay. Well, we won't say anything bad about her. Florence Pugh.
I notice how their tune changes once I let them know. Oh, that's Florence Pugh.
Mm.
But yeah, Sebastian Stan is the one who plays Bucky.
Mm.
And I think the guy that plays the Crimson Guardian, that's David Harper, whatever his last name is.
No, but they look ridiculous. They don't even look like.
They look like average people who go to a convention. Let's just admit it. That's their costumes.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Bucky's just the regular guy going, "What are you guys dressed as?"
Well, dude, I'm gonna start a band called Wild Stallions.
Wild Stallions? No way. But it says Marvel's rough summer. Perhaps the biggest story here is the collapse of Marvel's once iron grip on the summer. The brand that could once turn even C-list characters into billion-dollar hits is showing clear signs of fatigue. It says audiences didn't line up for Thunderbolts despite positive reviews and a fourth quarter rebrand to the new Avengers. Fantastic Four may have looked promising, but the sharp decline in its second weekend confirmed what fans online have been saying for months. Marvel movies are no longer must-see events. They're just movies.
Yeah, so you're trying to say that people are saying
it stinks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And go ahead.
I mean, and just right there, audience didn't line up for Thunderbolts despite the positive. Did they spell that with a Y instead of V? I can't tell. My eyes are bad. Despite positive reviews, again, who gives a fuck about the reviews? And a fourth quarter rebrand to the new Avengers. That's not a good sign if you have to do a fourth quarter. Oh, quick, let's change the name and fool everybody to come in.
Yeah. Make them think that this isn't Thunderbolts, and then when they go to see it, and their local theater hasn't changed the poster yet.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it was here.
Yeah.
I should have taken a picture of it, but I didn't.
Yeah, and did it help at all bringing people in? No.
It says, and that's a problem when your entire studio identity is built on hype and spectacle.
Mm-hmm.
Where the real winners are found. Well, Disney limped along, and Warner Brothers watched Superman lose altitude after its first few weekends. Well, that's because everybody who wanted to see Superman again, as we've been saying, already went and saw it. Smaller projects quietly ate their lunch, not in terms of gross take, but profitability. I mean, Sinners, I liked it. Weapons, a $38 million chiller, became one of the most profitable movies of the year, pulling in over $230 million worldwide. Other genre films like Final Destination and Sinners performed solidly as well. Meanwhile, original projects like F1, the movie, reminded audience that fresh concepts can still find traction at the box office when given room to breathe. The irony is striking. While studios keep betting billions on superhero reboots and live action remakes, audiences are finding more thrills and more value in mid budget originals. The big picture, a hollow victory. Disney can put out press releases bragging about its summer crown, but anyone paying attention can see the truth. This wasn't dominance, it was survival. When the top grossing Marvel film of the year can't even crack Doctor Strange numbers from nearly a decade ago, when Pixar originals can't turn a profit, and when your biggest story is a nostalgia remake, there's no real celebration here. No, that crown's full of dirt and grime and who knows what.
Mm-hmm. Well, and plus they've been starting to go woke with their films. I mean, Lightyear, this Ilio, or how you pronounce it. Again, that's another one. You know, it's it's like Snoop Dogg going to this thing, going, "Hey man, how am I going to explain this to my grandkids?" It's like,
Yeah.
and he never apologized. Good for him. I'm starting to like Snoop Dogg more and more these days. That's so
I think as we all get older, it's like, you know what? You're an all right guy.
Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
But maybe it's because we're entering that cranky old man phase.
I think so. I mean, what do you mean entering? I've been there for a little bit.
I know.
Mm-hmm. You're just trying to be nice. I understand.
Hollywood is stuck in neutral with studios recycling IP while audiences drift towards streaming or smaller theatrical events. Disney's win is less about its own brilliance and more about the fact that Warner Brothers, Universal, and Sony didn't step up either. Oh, I will admit, Karate Kid Legends, I did like it.
Mm-hmm.
I wish it had done better in the theaters because I thought it was a good movie.
Mm-hmm. Well, the big thing is they're too busy wanting to throw money, thinking that if we tell people how expensive and we spend all this money on a film, it's almost like they're guilting you into coming and seeing the movie. It's like, come on, you got to watch it. Look at all the money we put into it. And it's like, go back to the original standard of making a movie. You have a modest budget. I mean, I'm not saying a poor one, but one that gets the job done without spreading money all over the place. Bringing strippers in on the sets so you can toss some more money at them while you're making the movie. Something like that, because really you start wondering, why does it cost this much? Especially with all the miracles we were told in filmmaking these days, they'll bring the cost down. But you start seeing these modestly and in some ways ridiculously small, like Godzilla X-1. I mean, that is a laughable budget that they had, but the end product was not laughable at all. It's like, go back to that basics. You don't need to toss a bunch of money to make a film. You have to have a good story. You have to at least have actors that can at least do their job and a director that can do his job. And make sure you get the proper grip out there so you don't trip. And of course, the right deli to bring your donuts. I mean, that's basically what you need. And and that's where these blockbusters came out of. It's like, whoa, all of a sudden this film that you might have dropped in, I'll just throw a number out. I'll just throw out Godzilla X-1. A $10 million, $17 million film, and it comes back with $170,000 box office. Well, what is the profit margin you just had on it? And you start having more and more films like that you have in that range. Going from about 15 to 50 million making these films, and then having these higher returns. It's the quote unquote long road to get there, as they would probably sit back and think, but you can make more films that way. You can get more people's faces out there. You can get more talent out there, and you can get more of a reputation. I mean, back in the day, how many films was Disney pumping out? I'm talking about
not many. Not many.
You had to. Well, I'm talking about
I don't know the exact figure, 60s. But it wasn't.
I mean, look at
What?
all the live action films he had in the 60s that were coming up, boom,
Mhm.
boom, boom, and into the 70s too. It's like boom, boom, boom. I think the Apple Dumpling Gang was a Disney film. Then you had the Herbie film. Then you had Escape to Witch Mountain. Then you had the Computer Wore Tennis Shoes. On and on and on. The Nutty Professor. You have all these live actions that they're doing, and they didn't necessarily have these huge budgets, but obviously they do it enough to keep the studio alive,
Mhm.
and they're just pumping them out until they started faltering, and then Eisner brought him back. You know, agree to disagree with some of the decisions he made, and that's when they started doing the actual animated back and get that revival going with the animateds.
Mhm.
But start looking at it that way. You can make an inexpensive superhero film, and a good one too if you have the right team working on it.
True, and another mistake for the summer movies that we had just this last summer was thinking that a movie like Megan, and more specifically Megan 2.0, was a
Mm-hmm.
summer blockbuster. No,
Yeah.
it definitely showed it. It didn't even last a full week in my local
Mm-mm.
area.
No. Yeah, and that's the other problem too. That's where we have to bust that monopoly.
Mm-hmm.
And even with that one, what you were talking about the sports there, Shane. They have their ESPN behind the paywall.
Yep.
It's not doing well. They have to conglomerate with the other ones because it's not doing well. So what do they do? Let's start a new one with the wrestling on it.
Yep. Yep.
ESPN
We're,
Plus or
we're,
whatever.
we're gonna have the first WWE pay-per-view this month on WWE, and ESPN produced ESPN plus the Ocho. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
I added that last part.
It should be called.
But still, I mean, come on.
Yeah, you already had behind the walls one flop on you, basically. So let's start a new one. You're doubling down on failure. Well, revamp the one you have and use wrestling to help give it a shot in the arm.
Mm-hmm.
It's not hard to figure out, but
No. It says here in the article, for more than a decade, Marvel was the engine that carried Disney's dominance. Well, it was also carrying Paramount's dominance and any other studio that put out a Marvel Studios film at the time, before
mm-hmm,
they're all under one umbrella.
mm-hmm,
Well, with the exception being Spider-Man, because they had to
mm-hmm.
sign a deal with Sony in order to use Spider-Man.
Which having it all under one umbrella doesn't really bother me, because that's kind of the way it should be. That way you can
Mhm.
intertwine, heroes and villains and all that stuff, and have matchups. If you want to have Spider-Man pair up, or more than pair up with the Fantastic Four, you couldn't do it because you had Fox,
Mhm.
you had Sony. And what if you wanted to bring in a villain that Disney had? It was nigh to impossible. It's a miracle they were able to get away with the Spider-Man, bringing him in with the Avengers.
Well, that's because they, again, had to agree to a deal with Sony.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Exactly. So, I mean, I have no problem with it being under one. I think it should be. I mean, that way you keep things kind of unified in that area.
Mhm.
But like Marvel should be Marvel, true Marvel studio, all the Marvel heroes here. DC, DC studio, or whatever they want to call it, all the DC heroes there. And then, someone decides to do one of the third party comic books, and have those heroes all around. I mean, that's smart. That part I think is smart, but Disney's not.
No, Disney is not alone in this when it comes to Hollywood anymore.
And is that is Shane right about that though? They're working on this new Avengers without a script.
That's what the rumors were suggesting. There was one rumor I saw saying that Robert Downey Jr. was refusing to even shoot any more scenes until there was a proper script.
Yeah,
But again, it's rumors, so you know how I feel about rumors.
We're all rumors all the time because we have sources. Just look underneath my name. We have sources. That's
Even
why
the
Dash isn't
story,
here.
even the story that's associated with our main story, I'm prefacing it with a grain of salt kind of approach.
Mm-hmm.
So it says, for more than a decade, Marvel was the engine that carried Disney's dominance. That engine is sputtering. Once upon a time, these films defined the culture, broke records, and generated excitement months in advance. And also, when they came out on physical media, people were scooping them up. It's like, oh, the new Captain America movie's now available on Blu-ray and DVD. Gotta watch it. Iron Man, the Avengers movies, Black Panther. In 2025, they're struggling to hold attention past opening weekend. When audience stop treating Marvel releases like events, the entire Disney box office strategy falls apart. That's the real story of the summer. Disney may be the winner on paper, but Marvel's decline is the clearest sign yet that the glory days are gone and that the company's crown is resting on shaky ground. How do you feel about Disney and the summer 2025 box office season? I think Baron just summed it up.
It stinks.
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
They need to. They need to get rid of Iger. Whatever snake oil he's selling to keep himself in that job, especially with this little uh, attempt to look like a hero by "I'm retiring." Then
Mm-hmm.
Bob Chapek
Then,
comes in.
yeah, comes in during the whole Koofadoof.
Yep, and he's having to deal with all the crap that Iger okayed, and then he gets the blame for all the stuff that Iger did. So they get rid of him, and Iger comes back. I'm your savior. No, 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 no. This is all
I'm
still
your
your
knight in
fault.
shining armor.
Yeah, yeah. Stained armor. It's like, honestly, how can people not see that? That was a whole, not that I'm a fan of Chapek or anything like that, but he got screwed. He got hosed. Who knows? Maybe he would have done stuff better. We didn't find out because he was too busy fixing Iger's mess before they say, hey, let's get him red and have it come back. And that was planned.
Mm-hmm. I mean, just the way it was done on that interview on CNBC.
Right.
I'd like to make an announcement. It was like the sudden announcement that he was stepping away and Chapek was taking over.
Mm-hmm. The thing is he's so stupid. He thought this would make him look good. He would be able to bypass all the stuff he screwed up and he could come in and fix it all because he was the one that
Mhm.
made the mess. He just didn't realize, he was so dumb not to figure out that he really screwed the pooch on it. Really did.
And
And
you
he
know
couldn't
what?
fix it and can't.
To bring up Shane's point here about Kathleen Kennedy destroy Disney. How did she destroy Disney when she's a part of Lucasfilm? Here's how. Lucasfilm is part of the arm of Disney. Lucasfilm puts out one piss poor Star Wars TV show after another. Fans
Right.
aren't watching those shows. They
Right.
keep announcing, oh, there's going to be a new, Mandalorian season 4. Then we're going to make it a movie.
Yeah.
And they, will announce that there's going to be a new Star Wars trilogy, episodes
Mm-hmm.
10, 11, and 12.
The Ray
Eh,
trilogy.
yeah.
And
And
then they just
you see just by not only how people are reacting on their own videos to these Star Wars shows, but also the fact that you don't see any hype for Star Wars. Star Wars is dead. Disney killed it.
I like to think Disney Star Wars is dead. The EU still lives. It still lives. It still surrounds us. You can still get it. You can see what top quality storytelling and world building is. You can see a galaxy that's actually big, not this micro little thing that Disney turned it into.
Well, that
Where they have
was
to tie
another
everything together.
mistake by Disney when they bought Star Wars. They ignored the EU. Yet they have to draw from the EU to get some of their storylines.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but remember, they didn't have anything to go by. They had no blueprints or anything.
All right, Baron Kennedy. Yeah, we don't have any material. Well, excuse me.
Yeah.
A sphinx says what?
And when they brought Thrawn back, they did such a shitty job of it that Timothy Zahn was trying to fix him up with his books. Timothy Zahn does not need to do that, or should not need to do that.
Yep, she is Shane.
Mm-hmm. She is a DEI queen. Yep. Remember, the Force is female.
Mm-hmm. I have nothing against strong female characters. Oh, wait a minute. That's right. They had a strong female character. Cara Dune. Yeah.
Yeah.
They fired Gina Carano.
Our princess. Leia. She was a strong one.
Yeah.
It's just disgusting, and they're going for quantity over quality, and like anything else. Oh, we got the magic words on it. We have the name brand on it, so people are going to flock. So we don't have to worry about working hard. I mean, they ran the Mandalorian to the ground. The first 2 seasons were great, and then they had to do, of course, then the Book of Boo-Boo, which was basically, Mandalorian season 3.5. They did the head fake on that one, and then 3 came out, and it was an absolute disgusting disaster. And we find out that the one woman's shagging a Jawa. Do you know how bad Jawas are supposed to smell? Jawas are
pretty bad.
Yeah, they're repulsive. It's just you think about that, and your skin just crawls. It's not even funny. It just crawls. It's like she's doing a joke.
Because
And
they did it all for yucks, Baron.
Yeah.
They think it's funny. They think fans will flock to it and go, oh my God.
Well, not the real fans.
Nope. They've lost the real fans.
Yeah, they really have. And the quote unquote real fans that are still following it never really truly were fans. You have to start thinking about it. It's like, you're accepting this after what we had. I mean, you're making the Phantom Menace look like a masterpiece.
But Baron, there's this Star Wars meal in front of me. Yeah, it's subpar compared to what I used to get. The vegetables aren't as fresh. The meat's several days old. Everything is missing an ingredient or so because they're cutting back on ingredients too. But it's Star Wars, man. We gotta eat it up. Come on, Baron, eat it up, man.
Oh, I know. Let's take this out of the EU and bring it in. Yay, look at this. It's now canon. And then Wikipedia has the fucking nerve to go out there and when they have their page and you have the choice between legends and canon. No, it's the EU for one. Yeah, the real canon. And then they go, it was the first time this appeared in Star Wars. It's like, and then they have to have the little footnote. But, the EU did have it beforehand. It's like, really? Then you can't really say it's the first time it showed up in Star Wars. I don't care if it's canon Star Wars. Wipe that fucking line off and give the true credit where it belongs. This author brought it in. The sisters, the Dathomir sisters. That was the courtship of Princess Leia. One of the early books, right? But no, they're acting like that never existed, like it was never around. And I'll tell you what, the sisters in that book, far cool. I mean, you have them writing rancors, for crying out loud. Rancors.
Yep.
Not the witches, but the other ones, because there was more than one faction. But the one that were running around, they were using, they weren't full size rancors, but they were using them as mounts. Oh, what do? I don't. Let's have Danny Trejo come in and have a Rancor mount and stuff like that. It's like I've been there, done that. Okay, quit trying to amaze us with stuff that already existed.
But you don't understand, Baron. It's now official because Disney did it. George didn't do it. Disney did. Why won't you
Mhm.
accept it, Baron? Come on, be a sheep.
Yeah, I just want to be a sheep. Ba, 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 ba. I just want to be a sheep. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah.
But it's not all smelling roses. I mean, they're dead roses, but
Yeah.
but it's not smelling all rosy for the Walt Disney Company. Not at all.
Duck Fisney.
Yeah, Disney can kiss my ass.
You.
Figuratively speaking, Baron.
I know, but still. Ooh, this is one's from Deadline? Okay.
Yes,
Color
yes,
me
yes.
intrigued. Usually they got their nose so far up Disney's ass.
I saw this yesterday when I was scheduling the stream. And I said, you know what? I want to talk about this because this is something that everybody on YouTube has to do. They have to say whether or not our content's recommended for children or not.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I say that my content, regardless of what it is not recommended for children.
Right. And same thing here. Even though some you could sit back and say is kid friendly that I've done.
Yeah.
And I meant it that way, but it's not recommended for children because it's up, a little bit above their pay level. What you're talking about. You're talking to adults, but you don't have to worry if your kids in the room listening to it.
No. So it says Disney to pay $10 million to settle FTC privacy allegations over labeling of children's videos on YouTube. This is by Ted Johnson. It was posted yesterday.
Johnson.
The Walt Disney Company will pay $10 million to settle allegations over the labeling of children-focused videos on YouTube. The Federal Trade Commission said on Tuesday, according to the FTC complaint filed by the Justice Department, Disney allegedly violated the Children's Online Privacy Protection Rule by failing to properly label the YouTube uploaded videos as made for kids. The FTC said it enabled the collection of data from children under 13.
Mm-hmm.
The videos at issue date from the 2020 to 2022 period, according to the FTC complaint filed by the Justice Department. A Disney spokesperson said supporting the well being and safety of kids and families is at the heart of what we do. This settlement
Bullshit.
does not yeah, does not involve Disney owned and operated digital platforms, but rather is limited to the distribution of some of our content on YouTube's platform. Disney has a long tradition of embracing the highest standards of compliance with children's privacy laws,
Bullshit.
and we remain committed.
The pollen's bad here. My apologies. The pollen's bad.
All right, we remain committed to investing in the tools needed to continue being a leader in this space. After a settlement in 2019, YouTube started to require that content creators indicate if videos that are uploaded are made for kids. Yep, I have to do it every time I schedule a stream. Every
Mm-hmm.
single time.
Yep. Gaming stream, anything. Yep.
Hmm. And I always say, not recommended for kids.
Mm-hmm. Same thing here.
But it says here if videos that are uploaded are made for kids or not made for kids. Content creators mark the videos or entire channels in such ways. The FTC claimed that Disney was told in mid 2020 that YouTube had changed designations on more than 300 videos to made for kids, but the company did not change its policy of a blanket designation. at the channel level. The videos in question included content from movies like Frozen, Inside Out, Finding Dory, and Encanto. Um, I, I, I wonder if it's because some of the jokes that are in those movies are more adult oriented, so maybe
Mhm.
that's why they didn't view it as made for kids. I don't know. The FTC's complaint noted that the Pixar channel was marked as not made for kids, while the similar videos on Pixar Cars channel was designated made for kids. This difference in the setting illustrates Disney's failure to mark child-directed content as made for kids when such content is uploaded to not made for kids channels, according to the complaint.
Okay.
The FTC said that Disney also has agreed to create and implement a program to review whether videos posted to YouTube should be designated as made for kids unless YouTube implements age assurance technologies that can determine the age range, or age category of all YouTube users, or no longer allows content creators to label videos as made for kids. Well, again, going back to what Baron said, I don't care what my video is. Even, the song I did with Suno.ai for Transformers, I'd still mark that as not made for kids
Right.
because my channel is not intended for younger viewers. It's intended for adults, especially with the way I curse like a sailor during certain games.
That's why we have that little disclaimer at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And my question is
For
only 10.
streams, but everybody who comes by should know.
Mhm.
You come here, you don't want to hear cursing? No, well, then you need to go somewhere else or understand that this is what you get.
Poor lady missed hearing all that from
No,
all that
no, no.
cussing from our to her sensitive ears from us barbarian knuckle draggers. My big question, though, honestly, is 10 million? Only 10 million?
Yeah, only 10
That's
million.
nothing.
I
That's
would have thought
nothing.
it would have been higher, but I that 10 million to me seems like a slap on the wrist.
It's less than that. Maybe a pinky for that company. 10 million. They like, okay, whatever. Here, you want to check Bitcoin? How you want it? Here, I got cash for you if you want. I mean, absolutely ridiculous. Especially if we're doing that. That would have knocked people off YouTube.
hmm
Why are they still on YouTube?
If they discovered that any of my content was labeled made for kids when it shouldn't have been labeled made for kids, the one thing that I know YouTube would have done is they would have nuked the channel.
Oh yeah, and Shane, get out of here. You're too young. Okay. Now, your ears
Yeah,
should not be hearing this.
you youngin.
You youngin. Well, I mean, that's the problem they had, where these creeps were making these videos. Um, I was I was going to say I was watching. It was Visual Venture, but they were talking about how all these, because I like to reference where I saw it from, so I'm not bullshitting you. And they're talking about all these people coming out with these videos, quote unquote, for kids that aren't for kids, and it was going on to YouTube Kids. And the problem, the higgly piggly, and of course the parents being sheep and just thinking, oh, it's the kid. Well, I'll just sit the kids down and walk off and do something instead of actually monitoring what's going on. Disney, Di- Di- Disney should get a hell of a lot more of a slap for this. And I see, I can see the problem. They're putting this made for kids on their not made for kid channels.
Mm-hmm.
That's And something, I think that might be one of those where it's also them trying to get more viewership, because
Of course they are. They're trying to get more engagement.
right, and so they have these things on there not safe for kids, and now the kids are watching it, but then they got to wade through all the other crap that Disney's been doing. Yeah, Disney needs to be kicked in the balls severely. But no, let's just give them a slap. It's a non-factor. They got away with it. It's disgusting. Again, like Mike said, or any one of us did the same thing. Mike actually puts one of these shows on made for kids. Uh, would we make it through the broadcast before
No,
someone we get sing?
no, well, we wouldn't even have the chance to do the broadcast. I'd wake up in the morning and I'd find out that the channel's been terminated. And you just let me know as far as the story that I put
Yeah, I
into
got
the
out.
private, if you want to
Yeah,
read it. And
yeah, I
okay,
got it.
because I do think this is an important one to discuss. I know
Oh,
it's
I'm
not
still,
necessarily pop culture and entertainment related, but it is news related.
and I tell you what, I'm still pissed off about this.
Yeah,
I am
me,
still royally
me
pissed.
too.
But yeah, I mean, the last thing about Disney is, again, they need to be destroyed. That monopoly
They
needs to be
do.
destroyed. They need to be given. Oh, thank you. Hey, we got a drop and a like and a lurk. Woo-hoo. We like lurkers. Lurkers are just as important as the ones who are in the chat. So, but
Appreciate you
yeah,
being here, Conda. Good to see you, brother.
mm-hmm. So
Conda's
I
over
mean,
on Rumble in case anybody's wondering.
mm-hmm. So yeah, it just pisses me off that they get away. But then again, all the money that they give to YouTube, or YouTube gets off of them. They're not going to bite that. They're going to look the other way. Or they
But they
would have
are.
done something about it back in 2022.
Now, I know this next story hits close to home for you, Baron.
Oh,
And it is a story that we did touch on for a good amount of time last Wednesday before we watched The Relic. But I do feel that this story is necessary.
I'll try to be calm through it.
So we're going on to our next story, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, we got this next article. It's from Fandom Pulse. The headline is Bishop Barron responds to Democrats minimalizing and belittling prayer after Annunciation Catholic school shooting. I'm glad you brought this up because there was another thing that I wanted to point out with the hypocrisy. But I'll add it into the story. I wasn't going to even bring it up because I was just going to want to walk away from this bullshit that's been going on. But this comes up, so it's like, okay, it's fair game. So this is bylined John F. Trent, our good old buddy over there. Hey, come on, John, come on the show with us sometime. We love you. And it is datelined yesterday, September 2nd, 2025. And there he is. That's Bishop Robert Barron, who presides over the Diocese of Winona Rochester in southern Minnesota, responded to Democrat Mayor Jacob Fry and his minimalization of prayer following the horrific school shooting at Annunciation Catholic Church. It was even worse than that. He was mocking. Following the shooting at the church that took the lives of 8-year-old Fletcher Merkel and 10-year-old Harper Moisky, I hope I said that right, my apologies. This is the first time I've seen the names actually, launched an attack on prayer, telling members of the media during the press conference, and just don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. There's the mocking. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. Again, I want to make a point out. When I was elder and stuff like that, we heard about all the violence that was not being recorded, that was being done to churches and church schools. But it was inconvenient to have those stories out, and it was horrific. And it doesn't matter if it was black church, white church, Lutheran church, Catholic church, Baptist church. It didn't matter. It was all being there. You were having incidences happening to all these, and the press was sitting on their hands on a lot of these stories. Frey's comment were then amplified by CNN Dana Bash, who said Forget about thoughts and prayers. These kids were literally praying when they were murdered through a church window. Yeah, good job, Dana. What's your rating again? Yeah. Former traveling press secretary to Barack Obama and White House press secretary to Joe Biden, Jen Psaki, took it a step further.
I thought it was Saki.
Saki? Oh, no, she's a pesky. She's a very big pesky. Okay, Saki. But I just don't have enough respect for these people to call them by their real names.
I get you.
You know, I mean, she posted on X, prayer is not freaking enough. Prayers does not end school shootings. Prayers do not make parents feel safe sending their kids to school. Prayer does not bring these kids back. Enough with the thoughts and the prayers.
Sometimes, Jen, that's all people can offer.
Right. So
sometimes, Jen, in a crisis, a tragedy like this, people go to thoughts and prayers because they turn to religion as comfort.
Mm-hmm.
Pompous bitch.
And this is the perfect insert I'm going to do right now of what I saw, right? So remember, she's the former traveling press secretary to Barry. So what did former President Barack Obama do? He said that he and Michelle were sending thoughts and prayers to the families.
Hypocrisy.
So, Jen, are you going to talk to your old boss and tell him what a schmuck he is for doing so?
Probably not.
Barack Obama was sending out thoughts and prayers, which is magnanimous.
It's okay when he does it.
Right. And I'm not mocking Barack Obama or Michelle Obama.
Well, neither am I. I'm just saying it's okay when one person does it that they like, but if people do it that they don't like, because let's face it, Christians are being persecuted.
Yep. Yeah.
They show their true colors.
Right. California Governor Gavin Newsom, who is seemingly attempting to position himself as a presidential candidate in 2028, also echoed Fry's comment on X, writing, "These children were literally praying as they got shot." Oh, yeah. Good job there, Gavin Newsom. Right? You know, playing your fiddle as California burned. Good job. How many people were put in the position where they're doing thoughts and prayers because of your incompetence and, of course, asses?
Thoughts and prayers for the many families and business owners who lost their homes and businesses because of your incompetence.
Right. And who are still having problems trying to get things rebuilt. I can't remember the ridiculously small amount, as of today, of people that actually got their authorizations to do rebuilding. So you know what that basically doing? Encouraging those that are being screwed over by them to leave the state.
To leave. Yeah.
Go. Bishop Barron spoke to Fox News and rebuked Fry's NIMBY comments, telling the outlet that they were completely asinine. Oh, good job. Good job there. I know you're coming close to saying something else, Bishop. He then explained Catholics don't think that prayer magically protects them from all suffering. After all, Jesus prayed fervently from the cross on which he was dying. Not only that, let's not forget too, before that, in the Garden of Gethsemane, praying so hard that he had drops of sweat like blood, he was saying, please pass this cup from me. Pass this cup from me, which means, please, I don't want to die. If I have to, I'll do this, but please. Do you think Jesus got his wish there with his prayer? No. Prayer is the raising of the mind and heart to God, which strikes me as altogether appropriate precisely at times of great pain, he elaborated. And prayer by no means stands in contrast to decisive moral action. Martin Luther King Jr. was a man of deep prayer who also effected a social revolution in our country. This is not an either or proposition. The bishop also shared, we know that God is all good and all powerful, and yet we also know that there are wicked people in the world who do terrible things. And so we must say that the just and merciful God permits some evils so as to bring about a good that we might not be able to immediately see. God is faithful in love, or in his love. And that should have been a capital H on the his, by the way, Trent. But the ways of his providence are often inscrutable to us. We also know that in Jesus, God journeyed all the way to the bottom of our suffering, accepting, as St. Paul said, even death on the cross. We cannot always understand why God permits evil, but we know for sure that he accompanies us in our suffering. Bishop Barron reiterates that these comments and in an appearance on Fox and Friends saying, I think they don't understand the nature of prayer. No, they don't.
No.
They're treating prayer as if it's some kind of magic protection from all evil. And, Jesus himself prays from the cross on which he is dying. We pray in the midst of suffering. We raise up our minds and hearts to God, to praise him, yes, to thank him, but also to seek his help in these times. But we don't think of prayer as some magical protection. And some of this rhetoric strikes me as that. Well, they were praying, but still bad things happened to them. Well, no serious Christian thinks that prayer plays that role. And you're absolutely right. I never have. St. Paul also prayed to have this burden that was placed upon him by God. We don't know what it is, but it's just like, can you take this from me? Which is brilliant. Because being that we don't know what it was, everybody can identify to it. You have people out there, and I'm going to call them wags because they're trying to do it for political reasons. But you have those going out there, that's because Paul was secretly gay, and that's what he was talking about. Well, you know what? Think that way if that's the case. Maybe he was an alcoholic. Maybe it's his battle with alcoholism. Take this away from me. No, this God response to what this was, it only makes you stronger. And that's just it. God doesn't come in and play us like marionettes, like puppets, like as being accused. I mean, it's amazing. Some of these people that detract are duplicitous in their argument. Either God is playing us like puppets or he's ignoring us. Make up your mind. You need to think of God as exactly what Jesus said with the Lord's Prayer. Abba, Father. Basically, when you sit back starting that prayer, it means daddy. It's like us looking to God as he's our daddy, like we're kids and he's our dad. Does our dad step in all the time and interfere? No. Like any good father has to step back and let the individual grow. They need to do stuff. And even if you're not approving of it or it pains you, they need to go down a certain path or they won't learn. That's how you view God. He's not going to magically swoop in because he used the magic wand of prayer. And good thoughts is the atheist version of it. Where an atheist or agnostic is so pained by it that, they're sending out well wishes. Are you going to mock the atheists and the agnostics? Because it's thoughts and prayers. The thoughts is secular. Are you going to mock them? Pesky, you're going to mock him because that's what it is. Anybody sending well wishes and trying to send good thoughts to try to let people know that they're being thought of. But they can't do anything because they're 1,000 miles away. You don't personally know them. Are you going to take these people coming up, strangers, saying, "Oh, we're here because we love you, and we're going to do stuff for you"? No, you're going to be suspicious. That's why I always say go through the official sources or channels. And I'll guarantee you this. And by the way, yeah, I know I cuss, but Martin Luther did a lot of cussing too. I don't fall far from the tree when it comes to that. Trust me, Martin Luther had a filthy mouth. And I'm not talking about King. I'm talking about Lutheran Luther.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying for the people who's in the crowd. Uh, you know, this only builds. When you do this, you build society. You remember that you're a family. It reminds you that these are our brothers and sisters. They have proven, even Penn Jillette, big time atheist, has to admit when it comes to this, Christians are on the nose with it. They've done studies where thoughts and prayers actually do help.
You know what? I'd like to believe, and I still believe that I got 6 more months with my mom 5 years ago because I prayed every day after she had her heart attack.
Right. The inevitable was going to happen, but you were granted at least a reprieve.
Mm-hmm.
As they say when it comes to prayer, you get basically the answer is either yes, no, and then there is the wait. Yes, no, and wait. So the three responses you get to prayer. So pesky, Fry, dingbat at CNN. Was that Bass? Yeah, Bash.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dana Bash
Go after the atheists
and Newsom
agnostics.
and Newsom.
Oh yeah, Newscum. Yeah, go after the atheists and agnostics for the thoughts part, huh? Come on, do it. Come on, I challenge you. I dare you. You duplicitous, hypocritical SOBs and DOBs. Especially you, pesky. Your big boss was sending out thoughts and prayers, but you know you were attacking and mocking your own boss? God bless Barack Obama for that. What about Jews?
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to attack the Jews? This is an attack against Christians.
What
Are you
about
gonna
anybody of any religious denomination who uses prayer?
Yeah, go do this and say the same thing about the Islamic community. Oh no, we can't do that. We can't do it to Jews either. Excuse me, your bias and your hatred is showing. What's the matter, Pesky? You prayed for a horse for your birthday and didn't get it, thinking that God's Santa Claus? How about you, Fry? Oh, people of Minneapolis couldn't rely on you. The only thing they had to rely on were thoughts and prayers. As you let the city get burned. Not doing anything. What about you, Newscum? As your state was burning and not doing a damn thing. Even lying that you were on the phone with Biden. To that one person, concerned citizen coming up asking, what are you doing for us? We need help. Well, I'm on the phone with Biden. Bullshit. The only thing that people had was each other and thoughts and prayers because you failed them. None of you have a leg to stand on. And your ignorance, and I don't even say ignorance, your stupidity is showing.
Their arrogance is showing.
Yeah, you believe the lies about Christians way too much. And before anybody says anything, no, I don't think Joel Osteen's a Christian.
He's a snake oil salesman, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. These televangelists out there that we see on television, I don't think of them as Christians. They're snake oil salesmen. Look what happened with Jim and Tammy. Look what happened with Falwell. Look at all this. Oral Roberts. And then his ultimate scammy, scummy thing. God told me that I'll die unless we get enough money to add on for my school. That's not Christian. That's not prayer.
No.
Prayer comes from the heart. And again, thoughts also. Again, we have to add the atheists and the agnostics in there. I'm not mocking atheists or agnostics. Like I said, they don't have prayer, but they have thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
They have feelings too. They care. They want to do
And
something.
when you're thousands of miles away, and you hear about something like this, sometimes all you could offer are your thoughts and your prayers and your well wishes for those who have been left behind because the victims are no longer with us. And you hope and you pray that those who lost their lives, especially those two kids, are able to cross over into their next life.
And I remember where I was. Don't tell me I forgot about it. Again. But I hate that. That's the second time it escaped my mind. But it was a valid point. It was actually, I thought, a prominent point that I was going to make. But yeah. Oh, yeah. And Penn Jillette also had to point out the ones that do the thoughts and prayers actually do put money where the mouth is. They're the ones that do send the donations that they're able to. Might be $5. It might be $50. It might be $1,000. But these GoFundMes are donations to the organizations that's helping these people. They give. These are these horrible Christians that have prayers, but they're also following through with what they're able to give. It's like, instead of going to the movies, we're going to send this to these people that are suffering and hurting. What about you, Jen? How about you, Gavin? No. I can guarantee you that none of these a-holes are giving anything except being mocking. And then they mock flyover country. The area of this nation that actually gives the most out to charities. Not the coasts. Not where the money is. Why? They worship money. That's their God. How can you part with your God? Atheists don't have gods. Agnostics don't know if there is a God or what the nature of God is. But they're not worshiping the money, so they give because they can't. And with their thoughts, they give. Christians, Muslims, Jews, they pray and they send money in. All the people that are in this all this are pathetic losers. And as the old saying goes, you don't hate the mainstream media enough. Because again, not only is Christians being mocked for this, anybody of religious faith really, but it's more geared towards Christians. But atheists and agnostics are too. And people don't realize that because they don't realize that that's where the thoughts are.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone who cares and sends well wishes and shares the pain is being mocked. I've been
When
all
I
upset.
find out that someone I used to work with passed away, this happened a few weeks ago. I said what I had to say about working with that person. That it's always a pleasure to work with that person, but my thoughts and prayers went out to her family.
Mhm.
There's nothing wrong with saying that.
No.
I can't be there for the family, but I'm gonna make sure that they see the message, knowing that I'm thinking about them.
Right. You know, there's atheists out there that feel honored that someone of faith is praying for them because, again, you don't pray for somebody to mock or be divisive. They know that there's true heart behind it. Or if an atheist is sending thoughts to me, the same thing. This is how sick and twisted this community is. These are the same ones that were mocking the little girls that got swept away in a flood. Almost
Mm-hmm.
back saying they deserve it because they're white girls.
In a county that voted Republican in the last election. Let's not forget that.
Mm-hmm. You have
Because
a sick.
their parents were Trump voters, there were people celebrating that these girls at that camp lost their lives in the flood. I've said it then, I'm saying it now. What kind of disgusting human being even thinks that?
And here's my question: how do we know that all the parents did?
We don't. But that shouldn't matter. That shouldn't matter at all
Right.
who they voted for. The
Right.
fact that they lost their kids, somebody lost their husband, their wife, their loved one. That's what should matter.
Right. That's the
That
important thing.
someone is hurting because they've lost someone they cared about. And what do you want to do when someone's hurting? When they've lost someone that they care about? You want to comfort them. To let them know everything's going to be all right. It may not seem like it at the time, but you want to let them know that things will get better.
You know, and this is in no way, shape, and form insulting or attacking those who are transsexual with what I'm going to say here. But what is absolutely disgusting is that they're trying to put the shooter into this protected class. They're demanding that he has the proper pronouns. In fact, they cut Amy Klobuchar off on NPR here on the radio because she called him a him. And it's like, then they had to do this big apology. It's like, oh, yeah. The news stations were going and groveling. Mayor Fry was groveling. I'm sorry. And I think a lot of the transsexuals will agree with me on that. When you do a crime like this, your trans card is taken away. You're dead named, you're called the gender you were born with, and we piss on your grave. You do not earn that. There's no way that son of a bitch needs to be defended.
No one who commits a heinous act like that needs to be defended. And Lester says Baron may contend with this, but prayers for the dead is a way of keeping their memories eternal in the eyes of gods. Part of our relationship with him is to manifest him to others by our good works.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, yeah, obviously, Lutheranism. Yeah, we don't believe in prayers for the dead. Obviously Catholics have it and others. We don't because they've gone to the great beyond. Whatever is already done and over with. The prayers goes to the family, the remembrances. Uh, and the big thing is, and just like in the book of Revelation was stating that those who go before us, we don't pray for them, but they pray for us. They pray for those that were left behind, even if it's generations later of people that they never met. They still pray. And that's the one thing that we as Lutherans look at it that way. Uh, prayers for the living, but once you, as they say, go to sleep in God or whatever, you're now beyond that because you were either going to be where you're going to be, and then of course have the final judgment. But there's other ways, remembrances and stuff like that we keep. The fact that we keep, and I suppose for a Christian, that's where the thoughts part come in. We think and we remember. We thank God for having these people in our lives. We hope, because we can't look into a person's heart. We can't truly sit back and say they're going to heaven or they're going to hell. I mean, obviously, there's some people out there that we know. Obviously, there's a certain Austrian corporal with a funny mustache. We know where he ended up. It's Stalin. We know where he ended up. We know where Castro ended up. Right? But even then, you look at someone and you don't think that person's ever going to make it to heaven, but yet they're the ones that have the strongest faith. Again, don't judge. That's what some of the meaning of judge not be least ye be judged. It has nothing to do with the temporal crimes and stuff like that. It's faith. You can't go out there and say that person has no faith, blah blah blah, and they probably have a ton more faith than you can imagine. And then that person there, they look good. I mean, look at them, their church and all that, but they're really doing it just for show and a rotten human being, and don't believe it, and won't end up in heaven. So you that's how it is, and that's why we pray for all each other on earth. But once you go to the great beyond, that's it. And I mean, for Lutherans, Missouri Synod particularly. And trust me, Lutherans are pretty damn close to Roman Catholic. We really are. As one of the more conservative Lutheran churches out there, we just don't have. We have saints, but we don't have the praying to the saints. We don't have the adoration. We hold Mary to great high esteem, but we don't believe in the fact that being that Christ had to come from a perfect person, that he had the Immaculate Conception. No. Mary was just as flawed as anybody else. The Bible tells us so. But it doesn't mean we don't have admiration for this woman and such, and think incredibly high of her. The only person that can be the intermediary between us and the Father is Jesus. He's the only one, through me. Not the saints, not the angels, not Mary, but Christ. So that's, of course, one of the big differences. We don't have as many sacraments, obviously. We have baptism, and then we also have the Lord's Supper, the Eucharist, or whatever. We do not believe that it turns into the body and blood of Christ. We believe that's in, with, and under. Yes, Christ's blood is there, but in, with, and under. It doesn't turn into it, but yet it's there. It's a miracle. It's something that can't be explained. We don't think it's, all we need is crackers and grape juice is because it's symbolic. No, it's more than symbolic. This is a sacrament. Needless to say, we don't have confirmation. We don't have marriage. We don't have confession, but we do have the office of the keys in confession, which connects baptism with the Lord's Supper. But there is an argument within the Lutherans whether or not it should be or not. But there are three different things that are the litmus test. is, does it have a physical presence? Was it ordained by Jesus himself? And does it work forgiveness? Well, there's no physical presence with the confession, but confession is still important. That's why it's that connector between baptism and the Lord's Supper. So there's the other differences. It doesn't mean just because we don't hold it that as a sacrament doesn't mean we don't take it serious. Like I said, it's we can be incredibly close to what the Roman Catholicism has, because Luther didn't want a new church; he just wanted to reform the Catholic. So, yeah, I can see where you're coming with that, and I understand, and that's the difference between the denominations. I know there's those that do pray for the dead, and you know, that's what you do. We don't, but we still find a space in our heart because, if we love somebody, they never go away. They're always there. God knows that your mind is on them, and God knows that.
God's always listening.
Right. He's a mystery. Explain God. Can't. See, unlike a lot of religions out there, Christianity, where religions have it that you have to find the secret, the mystery. You have to solve the mystery to be able to be whatever, right? Attain a certain level, certain Zen, or whatever it might be. But when it comes around to Christianity, it's none of that. We just have to accept the mystery. There's no seeking out and finding out what the mystery is for us to attain heaven or a higher level of plane or anything like that. It's just the accepting that there are things that we do not understand. Boom. Easy. Simple. Done. Explain this, Cat.
Can't explain the unexplainable.
Right. Explain energy. Explain eternity. I mean, we know how to use electricity. We can harness it. But how about gravity? Explain gravity. I mean, we have some of the things, but if we truly knew what gravity was, we'd have anti-gravity.
Mm-hmm. We'd have hoverboards by now, Baron.
Exactly. The person who finds out how to do and manipulate gravity will be the richest person on Earth. Hands down. Because imagine all the things you can do with that power. No, not having to use fuel for rockets, right? So gravity, in many ways, is still a mystery. We haven't solved it.
No. We probably will never solve it.
Yeah, we have to we just have to acknowledge that. There are things in this universe we'll never solve. I mean, for crying out loud, dark matter is now in play again on what is it? Is it really truly there? Maybe it's not there. That's why, I'm sorry, the science is never settled.
Science is always changing. It's always evolving.
Because we find something different or something throws a curveball at us.
Mm-hmm.
It shouldn't be doing this. Why is it doing this? It goes against all the laws. It goes against all the theories. Remember, theory is not law. If it's still a theory, it's not proven. That's why it's a theory of relativity. And people have been poking holes in that one for a long time now, including Stephen Hawking. So that's that. I mean, you have to have faith in science just as much you have to have faith in many things. Even an atheist has to have faith. They have to have faith that they're absolutely correct in their assumption, because if they're wrong, they're going to hell.
Mm-hmm.
We all have faith in something. Faith is not a bad thing. Just don't go Pollyanna on it. Like the snake handlers. I'm going to handle these snakes, these poisonous snakes, because I have faith that God will protect me. And God just does the face palm. Then the guy who's doing that gets bit, keels over. It's like, sorry, that's not how it works. Do not tempt the Lord your God. These people don't understand anything. And they're basically believing all the lies they've been vomiting out about people of faith. Because they're vomiting this shit out against Christians. You know they have the same contempt for other faiths too. They just are not brave enough to say that. And as Pesky says, circle back is also an attack on agnostics and atheists.
Mm-hmm.
May all of you get sand fleas invading your anus. That's the worst curse I put on people. Doesn't kill anybody. Very uncomfortable. Eventually, hopefully, it will go away. But I hope your rectum gets invaded by sand fleas.
You know, it just shows how disgusting certain people are for mocking others of faith. And, you know, if the roles were reversed, you know, they'd be up in arms.
Yeah. Well, again, they're making more of a deal over the shooter and the pronoun stuff than even the kids that were killed.
Yeah.
And then you have a disgusting person out there passing themselves as transsexual. Again, like I said, these people that do this here, their transsexual card needs to be pulled from them. Sitting back saying, "Oh, I feel sorry for the kids. It's not their fault, but the parents, they're all to blame. How dare they have them in church? Excuse me, how dare you breathe the oxygen I breathe? That's disgusting." I know the majority of the transsexual would hear that and be aghast and sick to their stomach because they ain't helping anything. In fact, they're making it worse. Congratulations. This is where you get your DEI and your woke and your virtual signaling BS going. You actually do more harm to a community than good. Also, you can look good. Not the people you claim to be standing up for. It's narcissism. It's for you. That's a general you, by the way, not you guys who are listening or in the chat.
It's the broad use of you.
Yeah, thank you. Like the royal we. Did you know, by the way, that the long suffering didn't understand what the royal we was? She actually had to look it up in there to make sure I wasn't BSing her. It's like that's how the royals refer. The royal we. It's like we are not amused like Victoria. My poor love. So okay, and again, you have nothing to add, Tree Rock. Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is, this isn't a religious thing. Well, what I've been saying here, except clearing up some of the differences between denominations, and again, that's textbook. I'm not proselytizing.
It's
I'm not trying
about
to.
it's about being human, having sympathy
Right.
and empathy
Mm-hmm.
for someone
Mm-hmm.
who's going through a rough time.
Right.
Like the
And
families of those two children who were killed, the families of people who were injured during last week's shooting in Minneapolis.
and people being absolutely disgusted by disgusting to the people who are just mortified by what happened. Every race, creed, religion out there. This is I'm just giving a commentary. Yeah, it's on religion, But the thing is people are wrong. You should be able to talk politics and religion. It makes us understand things more. And that's all I'm trying to sit back and say. I'm not trying to convert anybody. I'm not trying to convert someone. Quit being Catholic, become Lutheran, or quit being Muslim, become Christian. This is not what I'm trying to sit back and say. Just listen how I was referring to agnostics and atheists. I'm defending them, right? So again, this has nothing to do per se with religion. But unfortunately, these dregs of society showing their ugly faces in contempt for so many people on this planet, in this country. Again, you don't hate them enough. If you're watching CNN, why? Are you watching MSNBC or MS Now, whatever? Why? You want to really listen to bash people? Do you want to listen to Pesky, whatever the heck her name is? I don't give a damn. Doing the same thing. These are people who are supposed to be unbiased.
They're supposed to be professional at all times. Yet we've seen from the media, especially in recent times, they're anything but professional when it comes to stories like this.
Mm-hmm. Said it before, I said it again. Don't trust anybody. Don't trust your government officials. Don't trust the media. It's work to try to figure out what's going on out there. Well, do it. I listened to many different viewpoints in news from around the world. Left leaning, right leaning, both leaning. Yeah, you got some places that have that. Well, it doesn't matter. You need to hear everything. And then have a civil discourse about it, which I like to think this is. Except for my utter contempt for the four dregs to society that was mentioned in this article. It's an understanding. And when you can start understanding where people truly are coming from, like Bishop Barron, no relation, by the way. It took me this long to finally do that joke, folks. Then you can understand. And I adhere to, he's an Orthodox Jew, Dennis Prager, clarity to agreement.
Mm-hmm.
When we have clarity and understand, that is a better thing than anything. And that's what I'm hoping this is. This is clarity, I hope. I'm not looking for agreement here. Our conference. I'm just pointing out that these people just don't know what the hell they're talking about.
No, they don't. And maybe they themselves need to find a part of religion to find that clarity.
Right, yeah. Well, they do have a religion. Martin Luther, again, the guy who started, basically the Lutheran Church, didn't want to, but, is the founder of it. I absolutely dare disagree with him on something. And his stated thing is the biggest idol, false god that we have on earth is money. And I disagree. Because everything starts off with idolatry, right? Putting your faith into something other than God. And normally, what is that? It's us. The biggest, the one thing of idolatry is us, our worship of ourselves, our narcissism. I can do it better. I don't need to listen to you. You're putting the faith too much.
Coming by and say, hey, I've got more of this than you. I've got more of that than you.
Right.
Good for you.
Mm-hmm. Us turning ourselves into God, worshiping ourselves. And we all do it. Me, hell. I know, again, anything I sit back and say, don't think I'm sitting on this This like that dingbat Texas representative down there, right? The one who changes her accent. It's like, okay, what are you? Are you schizophrenic? And she was DJ Hoogly and Hooligan or whatever the hell his name is, and I can't remember who else down there. And she's sitting back again, bashing Christians. About these Christians and they like to say they're such good Christians, but they're divorced, blah blah. You know what I'm talking about? And it's like, yeah, you got it right on the nail. You accuse me of being a hypocrite? I agree. I have been a hypocrite. Lying? Yeah, I've lied. Have I been an adulterer? Yes. Yes, I have. Again, being a Christian is not that magic wand. There's a reason why, as they sit back and say, oh, the Bible's filled with all these horrible people doing horrible things. You got it. You know why? That's the human condition. It's pointing things out. It's showing law gospel. That even though we do things like this, we're still worthy to be saved. That no one's perfect. The only perfect man who walked on this earth was also God. That was Jesus. The one person who didn't need to go to church, but yeah, he still did. So you think you got one up on me? No, you don't. You're absolutely right. Maybe it's you that needs to have a little reflecting, dingbat, and DJ Hoogly, or whatever the hell his name is, and I can't remember who the other dingbat was.
Dana Bash.
No, it was a guy. This was some seminar that representative that's supposed to be the front runner for the DNC now. The one that called the Governor Hot Wheels. The Governor Abbott, Governor Hot Wheels.
I can't think of the name right now.
Yeah, I can't. But you know what I'm talking about, right? And it's constant. And then she's changing her how she speaks. Just depends on who she's talking to. Trying to be a chameleon. So it's like, well, you doing all that, you're showing me you're a false human being. You need to have some reflection too. Don't try to lord this stuff over us. Because anything you accuse me of, I probably have done it. The thing is, I try not to, but I fail. We all fail. Show me a perfect person, dingbat.
None of us are perfect.
Yeah. I dare you to point out. Try not to do it doesn't mean you still don't fall down. It just maybe means that you have less of a chance to it, right? You're still going to do it, but not as often. That's why we have prayer and we ask for forgiveness. Again, that's why I'm not attacking anybody here.
No need to.
Even you, Tree Rock. No, I'm kidding. Tree Rock, you're a great guy. But really, no. Same thing with you, Lester. You're a great guy. I'm not attacking you. We have a disagreement on that about the prayer thing, but again, that's a denominational thing or a personal viewpoint thing. It's not worth taking bats to each other. Lady Mist has not sent the dragons out against me. I'm very thankful. Thank you, Lady Mist. So yeah. So
yes,
I feel like I should do a benediction. You know how many benedictions I've done?
I did quite a few, man.
I've done quite a bit.
But are you ready to go on to our next story? Because
I don't know. It looks like You're Wrong is trying to stall in this show. Ha! See what I did there?
And Lady Miss says, what?
What? I'm ready to go. And may the peace of our Lord... No. Of
course, there's a link. I'm going to look at that real quick. before we
Ooh,
go into our next story.
okay. He's looking at stuff, folks. He's uh, thanks, Tim. Thanks, Tim. You put shiny things in front of Mike now. Thank you. Thank you very much. And by the way, hail to you too. Welcome to the mess. I hope you
Yes.
are having a fantastic day there. Because some call him Tim. I call him late for supper. See what I did?
I'll read this story after our next story, Tim, because I think you've heard of this animation company, Baron.
Okay. I'm just...
Yeah. That's a teaser for the next story.
Oh, okay.
After the story that we're about to
Yeah,
read.
after the story, but yeah. Okay. I want to know. Yeah, yeah.
All right, so here we go to our next story from the Hollywood Reporter.
No. I saw that. I saw that drop through when it dropped, and I didn't even try to get up off the chair and go to the computer and tell you guys because I knew like Cash would be right on it too. He's good at that. And you, but yeah. I thought,
Graham Greene, great actor,
yeah,
absolutely great actor.
yeah. People are going to be surprised. Oh, after this is all done, what I think his best role was, and when I loved him the most. But go on.
Graham Greene, Dances with Wolves actor, dies at 73. His role
Yeah,
as Kicking Bird in the 1990 Kevin Costner film earned him a Best Supporting Actor Oscar nomination. This is by Lexi Perez. It was posted on the first,
yeah,
and it says Graham Greene, the Oscar nominated actor from Dances with Wolves, died Monday in Stratford, Ontario, after a lengthy illness, his rep told The Hollywood Reporter. He was 73. He was a great man of morals, ethics, and character, and will be eternally missed. Greene's agent, Michael Greene, said in a statement to THR, "You are finally free. Susan Smith is meeting you at the gates of heaven," referring to the actor's longtime agent who died in 2013. Born on June 22nd, 1952, in Oswenken, I think I'm saying that right,
yeah. I
on the Six Nations Reserve and a graduate of the Center of Indigenous Theatre program in 1974, the Canadian actor made his small screen debut in the 1979 Canadian drama series The Great Detective and film debut in Running Brave in 1983. However, it was his role as Kicking Bird in the 1990 film Dances with Wolves that earned him a Best Supporting Actor Oscar nomination. Out of its 12 nominations, Dances with Wolves won 7 Academy Awards, including one for Best Picture. Of course, I have to fix something in the description, which I'll do during this live broadcast. I have to make sure I note him as nominated
yeah.
for the supporting actor for the Oscar. I said he was Academy Award winning, so I need to correct myself.
He should have been.
Yeah. The film launched Graham's career to new heights, and he had performances in more than 200 film and television productions and starring roles at the Stratford Festival. His other best known films include Maverick, Die Hard with a Vengeance in 1995, The Green Mile in 1999, The Twilight Saga: A New Moon in 2009, and Aaron Sorkin's Molly's Game. He also starred in Thunderheart in 1992 opposite Val Kilmer, Transamerica 2005, Wind River in 2017, and on the FX series Reservation Dogs. Most recently, Greene starred in the Tyler Sheridan series 1883 and Tulsa King. Throughout his career, Greene received numerous accolades, including several Gemini's Grammy and was the recipient of the Earl Grey Lifetime Achievement Award. He was bestowed an honorary Doctor of Law degree in June 2008 from Sir Wilfrid Laurier University in Waterloo, Ontario, which was near the Oneida Reserve where he is from. Greene was also the recipient of the Order of Canada and the Governor's General Award. He is survived by his wife Hilary Blackmore, daughter Lily Lazar Greene, and grandson Tarlo. Details regarding a remembrance celebration are expected to be shared in the coming days. Yeah, Thunderheart is a good film.
Excuse me. You know, they left out, I think, one of his best roles that he had. And that was playing Edgar K.B. Montrose, explosive expert on the Red Green Show. He was absolutely hysterical. I came across it by accident, and he was on there, and they were doing a bit, and I was laughing so hard. This was like about maybe 95, 96. I was laughing so hard. That's when it's like, what's this Red Green Show? And that's got me to watching it. And whenever he showed up on there with his shenanigans of blowing stuff up, it's like, oh, this is great. I mean, he was a highlight. He was a highlight of that show. And yeah, a lot of his other stuff, yeah, great work. He did great stuff out there, man. He did great stuff out there, but he can't be forgotten for that. One of Canada's great comedic shows that they had. And I think it was how he delivered things deadpan. Just absolutely deadpan. And yeah, we lost.
We keep losing good people this year.
Yeah.
I know we could say that about many years. We've lost this person. We're losing great people this year. That year and another year, but really, the names that we're losing this year, you wouldn't have thought of that at the beginning of the year.
Especially him. It's like, what?
Yeah, I'd seen this too, and Cash had posted it in the Discord at the same time I saw it, and I knew we were going to talk about it today.
Yeah, that was one of his lines from the Red Green Show. That's another one where I just laughed my ass off. There's no doubt about it. He had a sense of humor. And a genuine person. He didn't seem to be bitten by the Hollywood bug.
Oh, and see, that's the thing. Not everybody in Hollywood is bitten by that bug where they think they're all that. There are some, like Graham Greene, who remain humble.
Right.
I remember, seeing him in the Green Mile, and I'm going, "That's Graham Greene." Yeah, they gave him the name of the chief, but I recognized him because of his face. But we keep losing people who have entertained us, and who do we have to replace them? As far as their talent is concerned.
Exactly.
Yeah, Joe Pesci.
I'm funny how? Funny like I'm a clown. I amuse you.
I know. When some of those years is just so hard because there were so many people that
Mhm.
did such a good job. It's like that's where it's like, boy, I'm glad I don't have to make this decision because it's like, oh, can I vote for all of them or most of them?
But thank you, Graham Greene, for the entertainment you brought to so many people, and
Hmm.
his talent's definitely going to be missed, and
Hmm.
his friends and family are certainly going to miss him.
Yeah, and remember to keep your stick on the ice, there, buddy. We're gonna miss you.
Yay.
Okay, yeah.
All right, and we're sticking with Canada.
Eh?
Big, yes, we are. Yes, we
Oh,
are,
good.
because an animation studio, like I said, you may have heard of this animation studio, Barrett,
Yeah, I'm
but
sure I have.
unfortunately, it looks like it's calling it an end. And it's sad to see any animation
Yeah.
company go under. So we have this article from Cartoon Brew, courtesy of Tim, and it says Canada's animation giant falls silent. Course halts production at Nirvana, ending a 50-year legacy. This is by Jamie Lane, and it was posted just this morning.
Son of a.
Chorus Entertainment has paused production at Nelvana Limited, ending one of the most influential runs in Canadian animation history. They also did Care Bears.
Mm-hmm.
The announcement, we were joking on Sunday's show about Cash like it is Care Bears. And
Mm-hmm.
the, the announcement ends a sobering chapter for a studio that for more than 50 years helped shape Canada into a recognized global hub for standout and unforgettable children's content.
Oh
In an
yeah.
email statement to the Globe and Mail, Chorus said Nirvana's is not being shuttered outright, but confirmed that ongoing productions are being wound down and new ones are on hold for the time being. The company said the Nirvana brand will live on, focusing on distribution, merchandising, and managing existing properties.
Mm-hmm.
According to Melissa Eckersley, Chorus head of corporate communications, no details were provided about how many employees have lost their jobs in recent months as the studio's production pipeline closed. Founded in 1971 by Clive Smith, Michael Hirsch, and Patrick Lobert, Nirvana earned international acclaim with the Care Bears movie in 1985, 40 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
and went on to produce some of the most beloved children's programming of the late 20th century, including Franklin, Babar, and the Magic School Bus. Its more recent portfolio ranged from Barney's World to Thomas and Friends, All Engines Go, alongside ventures into live action such as the 2020 Hardy Boys series.
Oh, by the way, yeah, Barney. Yeah, that's one strike against him. Also, I want to point out. Remember, Cash did confess he did have a Care Bear.
Yes, he did.
He did confess that.
Yes, he did. But I also confess to you that as a child, I once had a Care Bear too.
Mm-hmm. You know who didn't have one? This guy here.
Yeah, because you're older than Cash and I.
Yeah, that doesn't mean I don't want. I didn't want to have one.
It says Chorus acquired Nelvana in 2000 for 540 million, making it a cornerstone of the broadcaster's international expansion strategy. But mounting debt and plummeting ad revenues have forced the company into repeated rounds of cost cutting. In June, Chorus reported more than 1 billion in long-term debt alongside double-digit declines in advertising revenue. Analysts have warned that the company's financial outlook is very precarious, as cited by the Globe and Mail. The shutdown comes at a time of increased strain for the Canadian kids content industry. Last week, Wild Brain Limited announced it would shutter for specialty channels, including the long running Family Channel. Across the animation sector, service studios and independents alike have endured widespread layoffs over the past 2 years, with excuse me, with inflation, interest rate hikes, cuts to public financing and tax systems, and the fallout from the 2023 Hollywood strikes compounding the damage left by era disruption. See, those strikes didn't help.
Nope.
For many in the industry, the suspension of Nirvana's production activities feels like the loss of a cultural institution. We received numerous messages, some anonymous, others off the record, from employees who were gutted not only to lose their jobs, but at the larger implications that an institution like Nirvana ceasing production brings to an already turbulent time for their history. The studio was instrumental in developing a strategy of building shows around valuable IP and exploring them worldwide. Its absence from the production landscape leaves a hole not just in the market, but in the creative heart of the country's animation scene. While Nelvana's name may live on through licensing and merchandising, the silence from its storied production floor is a grim reminder of the pressures facing animation studios today. For those who grew up with its characters or built their careers inside its pipeline, the news carries the weight of more than just another business decision. And I think it's a shame because, there
Hmm.
are other Canadian animation studios that no longer exist. Mainframe being one of them. They were the ones that
Hmm.
did Reboot, and they also worked on Transformers Beast Wars and also Beast Machines, among some of their other computer generated animated series.
Exactly. You know, and let's not forget the contributions they did to some of our favorite franchises. Of course, they did the absolute fantastic animated short. The only good thing about the holiday special um, that introduced us to Boba Fett for the first time on screen. Um, it's like the Faithful Wookiee, I believe they call it now,
Hmm.
but I don't think it had a name back then. But even though they did make Han Solo look really freaky in it, but yeah, I mean they did that, and then they went on to co-produce the droids and the Ewok show afterwards. One of the things that have been interesting to have seen was the Doctor Who show that they were originally working on,
Hmm.
but didn't come to fruition. But Lord, there is so much artwork from it. Uh, you just can't believe it. And one of some of the sketches, the Doctor looks like Cash. It's
Hey guys, I'm the
uh,
doctor from Gallifrey.
mhm. I would have loved to have seen that them doing Doctor Who, and I bet you, even though it probably would have been like a side universe to the whole Doctor Who thing, far better than what we got now. I mean, I really, I'm just kind of looking at some of the designs and stuff like now that they had and drawing stuff I haven't even seen before. It's like, boy, this would have been wild. This would have been wild. The Dalek tank and their design for the Cybermen. Able to do stuff that you couldn't do live action because budget and
Mhm.
the wilder landscapes. I mean, damn, I would love to have seen it, but you kind of go along and you see some of these other shows that they had their hands on. I mean, they did the Beetlejuice show,
Yeah, they
Tales
did.
from the Tales from the Crypt Keeper. Uh, of course, you already said the Magic School Bus, but they did the Adventures of Tintin, Cadillacs and Dinosaurs. Um, I mean,
They were a sought after production company, especially in the 80s,
right? How can
because of the
something
work they'd been able to do.
quality work? How can they how can they honestly how could they go? I mean, uh, I suppose again the CGI, well, the cheaper animations and stuff like that we're getting, the Cal art style garbage.
Hmm.
You take a look at a lot of the stuff that's coming out that's animation, and it's like you got to be kidding me. We lost Nirvana to that.
Unfortunately, yes, we have lost Nirvana to that art style. I'm sorry, the Cal Arts shouldn't be accepted for animation. It
No,
shouldn't. Animation should have detail. Cal Arts
right.
doesn't have detail.
But yeah, Cal Arts needs to be completely and utterly destroyed. I mean, I'm sorry. It's such a
When I saw the animation for Thundercats Go and I saw that it was Cal Arts, it looks like a drawing I would have done as a kid. I don't want to see that on a TV screen
right. No,
for
I
any
want
show.
mm-hmm. Yeah, anything.
But
It's
it just tells you the landscape of the entertainment industry right now when you have these longtime studios shutting down. I mean, heck, Filmation.
yeah.
Everybody knew about Filmation. They shut down. I mean, I know that was years ago, but still, similar
Mm-hmm.
stories where you have this animation company who's known for putting out quality shows, whether they're live action or animated, and then having to shut down because the landscape has shifted. Instead of doing mostly in-house animation, a
Mm-hmm.
lot of companies, especially going into the 80s, were sending the work overseas to be worked on.
Right.
That's what happened with Filmation. Then they were purchased by, I think it was L'Oreal, or it was some company. I don't remember the exact one. That's why I don't want to quote the wrong one.
Right. I don't blame you.
But they were bought by a company that didn't know what to do with them, and unfortunately, they shut down.
Mm-hmm.
And by they, I mean Filmation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the link I put in there. Take a look at some of that artwork that they were looking at for Doctor Who.
Okay.
I mean, I suppose I could have brought it up. I guess I don't know why I didn't. I know I'm an idiot. Let me.
I mean, if you want to bring it up, we can.
I'll bring it up. I can do that. Well, and you know what? The bad thing about all that is how much that's being done by North Korea. But here,
Yeah,
this
but I know it was sent over there because it was cheaper.
mm-hmm.
It was a
We send
cost
it to
cutting
China.
measure.
Yeah, we send it to China, and then China sends it to North Korea. So, I mean, there's one of the concept designs for the Doctor that they had. Interesting. Another one, kind of looking slightly Tom Baker-ish, but not quite.
Mm-hmm.
Here's another one. I love the concept of these Dalek flying things. Of course, K9 was going to be in there. Again, that sort of pseudo Tom Baker. Another one, concept sketch of the Doctor. Now we're starting to get into Cash territory. Look at that magnificent shit. By the way, Cash, where the hell are you? Okay.
Yeah, he said he was going to be here shortly. Well,
Mm-hmm.
they only got a couple more articles, Cash.
Yeah, there we go. About the only thing I don't really like is they have that big question mark, but that's okay. I mean, think about it. A little bit more Cassius too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's Cash. See, there's Cash.
Yeah, I'm the Doctor.
Mm-hmm. And I'm assuming this is the companion they're going to have. And I don't know what that little beastie is with her.
Could be an alien.
Yeah, there's some concepts of the Doctor's bag, less doggy. I don't know what that's all about. But you can see when they were working on there. Look at the Doctor Who logo from 1981 on.
Of course, the TARDIS.
It's interesting that they have it like the movie, or the other ones where the door opens out, not in. The console room looks like that might have inspired Russell T. Hack Job with the TARDIS console, but there we go. There's Bessie. That's the new Bessie right there. And look at these background images that they make.
Mm-hmm.
They were, when it came to science fiction fantasy stuff, it was always so friggin' amazing. I don't know what that is, but I don't want to meet it. There we go. Dalek tank.
Exterminate. Squish.
Yeah, exactly. There's Cyberman. I mean, again, they could do things they couldn't do in the TV show because of basically budget and the ability.
Mm-hmm.
So that looks far better than new Doctor Who Cybermen. I'm sorry, the new Doctor Who Cybermen suck. This would have been fantastic. Missed the chest plate. I don't know who Celis is, but there we go.
Maybe it was a new villain that was going to be introduced for the series.
Maybe. And looks like a Time Lord there. It could be. I don't know. Magnar. Whoever Magnar is. And there we go. Looks like K9 now has legs in this one. And there's his backpack. And again, the TARDIS door's opening out. I find that interesting.
Maybe it was just easier for them to animate it opening out instead of opening in all the time.
Oh, yeah. I find that interesting. I have no idea who that is. Maybe it's the Master. I don't know. Yeah.
Wait. When did that become part of Nirvana's Doctor Who?
Because it's all part of all the animation.
I know it. Whenever you go to those sites that are dedicated to Doctor Who, Star Wars, Star Trek.
Other characters included Ted Bastian, rest in peace, concept, were an alien woman named Celis and a Time Lord named Magnar. So Magnar. The Master was to be a half man, half robot with cybernetic. Oh yeah, that was the Master. Face modeled after Sean Connery. There we go. Get him to do the voice.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Sean Connery as the Master. Actually, that would be frightening.
It would be. That would be. Super Daleks, Master Cyberman. But, D is for Dalek. That was one of the episodes. Doctor Who and the Time Crusaders. That sounds interesting. Doctor Who goes Hawaiian in Rowan. Now, I know it really makes me really interested in knowing what's the show going to be.
What could have been?
Yeah. Concept art were prepared depicting several possible versions of the Doctor modeled after Peter O'Toole, Jeff Goldblum, and Christopher Lloyd, which I think no argument.
Let's see. I'm a Time Lord from Gallifrey, and I have this TARDIS here that can travel through time, but it needs 1.21 gigawatts to do so.
Mm-hmm. And they forgot Cash Money 007. And of course, Nirvana's Doctor was described being wild and whimsical and a cross between Eric Idle and Ichabod Crane. That would be an interesting portrayal of a Doctor. I would love
especially if at the time they could have gotten Eric Idle to voice the character. I think he could have pulled it off.
He would have. Heartbeat, boom. Boom, right there. But I mean, even then, just someone modeling the Doctor after I'm like what they're doing now. I don't know what they're trying to model the Doctor after. Through the entire thing.
I don't think they're trying to model the Doctor after anyone.
Right. But that was kind of the big thing with the original Doctor Who is like, what are we going to model the Doctor? And it's always interesting when you see him first. And then even in the one season, they evolve. Even after a story, how it evolved from the first story. He would be tall and slim with short black hair and a large nose. His wardrobe would have consisted of glasses, gloves, shoes, and a trench coat with the question mark. So, yeah, only one animation cell was made.
What a shame.
This would
I
have
would
been
have loved to have seen it go into full production because who knows? I might have found out about Doctor Who earlier than I did.
yeah, it would. They're wanting to do this in the 1990s here, following the they call it cancellation, but hiatus of the original Doctor Who, and it would continue on. It's like, damn, this would have been fantastic. Now, maybe purists might have a little bit of a problem, but you have to remind yourself,
Well, this is not being geared for adults. At the time, it was being geared for kids. What a
Doctor
great
Who-
way! What a great way to get kids interested in Doctor Who. I know what you're about to say. People say that Doctor Who is already a kid show to begin with, but
yeah, I consider the family show because it's not a dumb. It was never a dumbed down show, even when it was technically a kid show. It was a family show because it had everything for everybody. The only rule was no BEMs, bug-eyed monsters. Oh, you should have heard the fight they had over the Daleks in the beginning there, because Sidney Newman was so against bug-eyed monsters. I think it was Sidney Newman, and it came down to a shouting match, and it's like there is no bug-eyed monster. It's a blob of hate inside of a 10 pepper pot or something, like that. I'm putting, paraphrasing or putting my take on how it was explained. We almost didn't get a doctor, the Daleks, because of that. But they had to convince no bug-eyed monsters, no BEMs. We missed something here. We missed something. And Nirvana, I mean, you've seen their work, people. You know they would have been
on their game.
Yeah, they respect. Look what they did with Star Wars, even droids. I mean, I know droid gets hate and all that, but really, you look at the droid series, it's not bad. And especially the quote unquote season 2 or whatever, the Great Heap, story, which basically was like an hour long kind of special involving astromech droids. And a beast that wants to eat them. Another robot, and it's like, yeah, these shows have merit to them. Yeah, they're silly, they're for kids, but they're not dumbed down stuff. I never got into Ewoks, but the droid show I thought was very. I'm glad I got the DVD of what they released. I wish they would just do the whole series, put it out.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I
It was
watched
episodic.
Ewoks and droids as a kid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were too cute. I was like, no, I'm too old for that. I'll just stick with droids.
All right. Well, it's a shame that we lose these once great studios, and unfortunately, we also will never get them back.
No. Oh, where are we?
We're here. We're here. It's just one of the
There we go.
features of StreamYards now, where people can
I'm
hear
big.
us, but they don't get to see us. Sometimes that's a blessing. Sometimes
Oh no, a curse. Yeah. No, leave it big like that. That way, I'm like J.D. Vance or Charlie Kirk with the big head.
well, I thought
Look
you
at me, I
already
got
had
the
it.
big head.
I thought you already had a big head. After all, you say you carry the show.
I do. I mean, Cash's in here, so I got to do his work as well.
Yeah, he said he was going to be here. He's not here.
Oh,
Why would he give him such a hard time?
Oh, he's fired.
Cash, buddy.
Oh,
Cash, you're fired.
612. 612. I hope to be on soon. Oh, come on, Cash. Come on, Cash. Come on.
Well,
Cash.
it was 7:12 for me, and here it is. It's 9:15, and
There. I sent a special message just for him. Yeah, we do. We do. We do things on Discord at each other during the show. So you know.
Well, we do have a quick story before we
We
get
do.
into our main story here.
Do you promise it's quick?
Yes, yes, I looked it over. It's a short story.
It's a short story.
Yes. So,
It was a dark.
for anyone who's fans of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, here you go.
I liked Angel more than that Charisma Carpenter. Oh man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, she had the
Yeah.
proper name Charisma because she sure did. I don't know if
Yeah.
was she ever on Buffy or was she?
Yes,
just-
that's where her character originated.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, she was my favorite.
Hmm.
Buffy the Vampire Slayer revival pilot wraps filming with 25-year time jump confirmed. This was posted almost 24 hours ago. It's by Chloe Zhao. It says the lone.
Just don't have Pretty Prince Jr. in there. I know they're married, but please no.
Yeah. The long-awaited Buffy the Vampire Slayer revival is taking shape, and director Chloe Zhao. I'm sorry, I said it was by Chloe Zhao. That's his director. Who's this by? Oh, Joy Parr. My bad. My bad.
Shame on you.
That's an error on Pacific.
Yep.
But anyways, the long-awaited Buffy the Vampire Slayer revival is taking shape, and director Chloe Zhao has confirmed that the pilot has wrapped filming and that the new series will jump forward 25 years. I just wrapped the pilot on the new Buffy the Vampire Slayer series, which is set 25 years later. Zhao
We know.
revealed it in an interview. How many times are they going to tell us?
Yeah.
With the Los Angeles Times, the fandom is so special to me, and I'm excited about how that's going to go into the world. If the series premieres on Hulu in 2026, as expected, it will mark 23 years since the original show ended in 2003. That timeline perfectly aligns with the revival's contemporary setting. The time jump also sets the stage for the return of Sarah Michelle Gellar, who will reprise her iconic role as Buffy Summers in some capacity. Well, it can't be Buffy the Vampire Slayer without Buffy, can it?
Maybe it's her daughter, Buffy Jr. Hmm.
Maybe. While the plot is still under wraps, the new series will introduce a fresh Slayer named Nova, played by Ryan Kira Armstrong. Skeleton Crew. I never watched Skeleton Crew, so
Yeah.
there's another failed Star Wars series.
Yep. I
The
forgot.
ensemble includes Foley. Don't even try, Mike.
Don't do it. I can't do it. I can't not do it. My
As
dyslexia just shot through the roof.
as Geeky Hugo, Ava Jean as well-meaning Larkin, Sarah Bach as Devout Gracie, Daniel De Tomaso as Nova's single father Abe, and Jack Cutmore Scott as Sunnydale teacher Mr. Burke. Oh, come on, you got to bring Armin Shimmerman back. Come on.
Yeah. I wonder if she's going to be taking over the role of being the mentor.
Maybe.
It makes sense, and she still would get
Mhm.
some action. So yeah,
Yep.
that's how I do it.
Chase Two Wonders, I Know What You Did Last Summer, has also joined as Shirley, a character believed to be a vampire. That setup hints at the possibility of another Slayer vampire dynamic reminiscent of Buffy and Spike, where the line between enemy and ally gets dangerously blurred. The original Buffy the Vampire Slayer debuted in 1997 and ran for 7 seasons, following Buffy Summers as she balanced teenage life with her destiny as a chosen Slayer. Alongside friends Xander and Willow, and under the guidance of the Watcher Rupert Giles, she faced the forces of darkness in Sunnydale. Judging from the new cast lineup, the revival appears to be drawing some direct parallels with the original crew. The Buffy the Vampire Slayer revival doesn't have an official release date yet, but with filming on the pilot complete, it's only a matter of time before fans return to Hellmouth. See, I told you it
Well,
was short.
yeah. Well, I mean, it sounds like they're going with the formula that works. I mean, uh, it just 25 years later, I bet you she's now the Watcher or whatever, taking care of the next generation, passing on. I mean, that's what I would do. And then we'll just have to see.
hmm And it's good to see Gary over on the Rumble side, who says Ryan Kira Armstrong already not doing it for me. I guess it's better than Dawn. I'm not even really all that familiar with Ryan
No,
Kieran Armstrong. Let me
yeah,
let me look them up and
yeah.
um, I'm just clicking on the link in the article. I know
Interesting.
you can't see it, but I will switch over.
He's switching it over.
So this was from 4 months ago.
Mhm.
I, I, I guess I really don't know.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I didn't watch.
The only reason I watched Buffy the Vampire Slayer was for Christopher Carpenter anyway.
Mhm. Yeah, I wasn't. I myself wasn't a fan of Buffy, but I did like Angel. I did watch Angel, um, and of course, Charisma was in there until she left, sadly. But yeah, so yeah,
All right.
I'm curious to see if they pull it off. Let's just put it that way. I
Yeah,
mean, I
because
don't have
Hollywood has
problem.
tried so many reboots,
Hmm.
remakes, and they haven't been able to pull it off.
Right, and I wouldn't call this a reboot. I call it a continuation, and
Yeah.
it just are you able to execute that continuation? It's just like Star Trek, then Star Trek the motion picture, the continuation, or what would have been the Star Trek 2 series, Phase 2. That one. Just again, it's a continuation. So I'm glad it's not a reboot. I'm glad it is not. Well, yeah, Willow I thought was dang cute too.
Yeah.
Um, red hair. Cat didn't like her because of red hair, but you know,
Of
but
course, the actress that played her went on to, you know, How I Met Your Mother, and
hmm
where she's also famous for being in American Pie. And
oh yeah. I mean, she's had quite a career. I mean, how many years
yeah,
on Buffy, then how many years on that? I mean, that's not doing too shab. Not doing too shab.
not doing too shabby at all.
But I'm just curious to see how they if they do it properly. I mean, I got that curiosity. I don't have Hulu, so I'm going. In some ways, I'm going to have to hear from other people. But I mean, I'm all for continuation of a series or something like that if they do it properly, and which the first thing is very respectful to the original, and if you can bring people back believably into it,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that was original.
into the show in a
Hmm.
proper way, not just having there, just to have them there. Have
Yeah.
Allison Hannigan reprise her role as Willow, and
Hmm. Maybe guest starring appearances, whatever. But it makes sense with Buffy because, like I said, I see her being Giles of the show. I mean,
Mhm.
that would be the logical assumption on my part. And how apropos. I mean, she's the old Slayer. She's training now the new Slayer.
Yeah,
When she was that young and such. So
the
um,
student has now become the master.
exactly. And sometimes that if done right, that can be so interesting because it's like, how much is she gonna be from her master, and how much is it going to be from her own experiences?
Mm-hmm.
And how
Because
you going to
also
mesh?
with a 25-year time gap, you got to wonder what other experiences she might have had.
Right, exactly. So, color me intrigued. Even though I wasn't a Buffy fan, color me intrigued.
But Aaron, are you ready to engage that turbo boost? Shane, if you're lurking, if you're still listening, we're getting to the main story here, brother.
But we can't do this. Cash isn't here yet. Cash,
Oh,
Cash, where are
that-
you? Cash.
he's not coming. He would have been here by now. He lied.
Ah,
He lied.
God. I can see him alive on the Discord, but I don't see
So
him.
can I. So can I. I saw the last message on Discord like you did. It was 612 for you, 712 for me.
At least I don't see him in a chat room.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh.
Oh, trust me. If we saw him in the chat room, I'd be going, "You son of a bitch."
Well, what we would do, we'd go in there so you could actually hear what's going on and say, Cash, we're still on the show. You're on the show right now. What the hell gives? We ambush.
And Gary asked, at the end of Buffy, didn't they have all the potential Slayers become Slayers? So where are they now? Well, that's another possibility they could let you know for the show. Where are the other Slayers? What happened to some of them?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean,
Did some of them become vampires while they were trying to slay?
were some of them killed? I mean, but the thing is, you don't want all your vampire slayers in one spot. You got to, it's like, okay, you're
You got to
going
spread
to
them out.
Phoenix. You're going to, yeah. So it's like, where's who, how, and why? The possibilities. I'm just a giddy with the possibilities. Again, like I said, even though I wasn't a fan of Buffy, I could see how I could, work this show. But
Mhm.
that's my mind. Again, just because it's not your favorite show doesn't mean, hey, I still respect it. I can see where this can all go, and I can see how we can do this.
Again, it wasn't my favorite show, but it gave me reasons to watch.
Yeah, Willow.
I'm admitting that.
Hamana. Cigarette, please.
And she used to be a San Diego Chargers cheerleader too.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Right. Yeah. I forgot that.
But here we go, folks. Get ready. Engage that turbo boost in 3, 2, 1.
Da 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 da.
Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Dun, 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 dun. I love that show.
Hey, did you see the diecast model? I think it's Tommy, the ones that have been doing the Star Trek one. Their talking kit they're coming out with, and it's
No, I hadn't seen it. I know there was a crossover between Transformers and Knight Rider.
No, but yeah, they're doing like the detailed replicas, just like they did with the Enterprise, and they're doing with the Klingon ship. They did it to Kit, and they even have it talking. So I'm sure they must have gotten someone back in the booth, And but
I
it's
know
like
he's still alive.
Yep, he's older than dirt, but he's still alive. Thank God. I mean, how much do you love that guy?
And when I heard him as Mr. Feeney, I'm thinking, wait a minute, I've heard that voice before.
And of course, seeing him in the Blazing Saddles.
Yeah.
He got a sense of humor.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's done up like the later one, so you can pop out the stuff to make it look like he's got the super stuff with the kit car. So it can look normal, and then you can do the click, and
where it's got the Waynes and Kit's moving at super speed.
Right, exactly. Jeez. I thought it was.
Yes, I did watch the show a lot. Yes, I did. I love
Mhm,
science fiction then. I still like science fiction now.
mhm.
And then yes, I will admit the episode where you meet Carr and the fact that Carr was voiced by Peter Cullen.
Yeah.
I tried watching last time they rebooted Knight Rider. I
Mhm.
couldn't get into it like I
Oh,
could the original show.
well, they did a couple of them. I mean, they did that.
Well,
Like,
they did that Knight Rider 2000 where there's a cameo by James Doohan.
yep, yep, that was the movie, and they killed.
Then they did Teen Knight Rider.
Yeah. 2010. I think they we're making it look like they're like uh in Road Warrior type of thing. I don't know.
Mhm.
But I know there was one where they were trying to search for Michael. Was that Teen Knight Rider where they're trying to look for Michael
Yeah,
Knight?
yeah, they were trying to look for him.
Yeah.
I think he made one, and by he I mean David Hasselhoff. I think he made one appearance in the show, and
Hmm.
that was it.
Yeah. And then of course they did the one where they had the Mustang GT instead of a Pontiac.
Yeah.
And it got the guy who did the voice of Kit in trouble because he was a big the voiceover guy, I think, was it for GM, but now he was on a show where they were promoting Ford.
So they looked at it as a breach of contract.
Mm-hmm. Kind of, yeah. They looked at that, and it's like, oh, poor guy.
I don't remember the name of the episode off the top of my head, Gary, but I do remember watching the episode where he uses the super speed for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
But this article from JB
Whoa!
from JB Augustine was posted on the 2nd, and it says Knight Rider races to the movies in feature film from Cobra Kai creators and Universal Pictures. There you see David Hasselhoff as Michael Knight.
The Hoff. Don't hassle the Hoff.
Nope. And there's Michael Knight with Devin.
Yeah, they killed him off in 2010. I mean, 2000. I mean, it's like,
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the actor's not with us any longer.
No.
Sadly.
The creators of Cobra Kai aren't through with legacy 80s reboots just yet. They're about to take a shadowy flight into the dangerous world of a man who does not exist. Executive producers of the Karate Kid spinoff, John Hurwitz, Hayden Schlossberg, and Josh Heald, are turning their attention to Knight Rider at Universal Pictures. It says, per the Hollywood Reporter, they are in talks to helm a film adaptation of the soft sci-fi action series that Hurwitz and Schlossberg could end up co-directing. We have been down this road before, as this is only the latest adaptation of the popular series to rev its engine. At
least you had a good laugh.
Yeah. Other film versions were pitched or in an early stage of development that never gained traction. Chris Pratt, Danny McBride, and director Justin Lin were once attached to versions of the idea that went nowhere. Aquaman director James Wan also had a reboot in mind that inevitably ran out of gas.
Ha! Sorry.
The original series, which ran from 1982 to 1986, starred David Hasselhoff as the titular vigilante Michael Knight.
Mm-hmm.
It and the Talking Trans Am, known as KIT, the Night Industries 2000, voiced by Mr. Peony himself, William Daniels, are part of what made the Hoff an international sensation, especially in Germany. Yeah, he's a big hit in Germany.
Oh yeah,
His music career.
Yes, giant. And that might have put the footprint down, but what really made it solid was Baywatch. And they
Hmm.
thought so much about him that they made sure he sang at the wall as they're tearing it down. It's like wild, man. The
Yep.
Hoff.
He discussed different ideas for a reboot or legacy sequel with James Gunn and Robert Rodriguez in 2017. The wheels came off quickly in both cases due to busy schedules, especially Gunn's, which only got fuller. Well, I'm glad James Gunn isn't bringing us a
Oh,
Knight Rider.
thank goodness. And same thing with Kurtzman, Keep Kurtzman and Jar Jar Abrams.
Away from it, too.
Go away.
Knight Rider has had a lasting legacy, although nothing comes close to the 80s run. TV movies such as Knight Rider 2000 and the forgotten Knight Rider 2010 served as continuations in the early 90s. Then came the ill conceived Team Knight Rider later in the decades.
Yeah.
A sequel series was greenlit by NBC in the 2000s, which ushered in the return of Hasselhoff as Michael Knight to hand the keys to his long lost son, played by Justin Bruin. Bruce Davison was added to the cast to fill in the void left by Edward Mohair, while Val Kilmer was brought in to voice Kid, who was upgraded to a Mustang. And yeah, that's right. Val Kilmer was the voice of Kit in that series. That incarnation lasted one season and put the franchise in the garage for the last 2 decades. Maybe this time, Schlossberg, Hield, and Horowitz will have fuel to turn the key and hit the gas as this long dormant revival. But that's not all, folks. That's not
What?
all.
What?
No,
But
Bear.
wait,
That's not. But wait, there's
there's
more. As a matter of fact, here we go. Knight Rider movie rumored to launch Airwolf and $6 billion man shared universe.
really. Well, I always could kind of think that Airwolf and Knight Rider could be in the same universe.
Yeah, especially with the way the helicopter looked and Kit looked, you could see them working together.
Mm-hmm. If
All
only the
right.
helicopter talked.
Oh, you never know. There
Mhm.
might be an upgrade. But let me make sure I get this article into the chats. And it says the Gosh, I love that show.
That was a great show. It
I
was.
wonder if I gotta look and see if it's on Tubi.
It's out there. I think it might be.
All right, it says the upcoming Knight Rider movie from the Cobra Kai creators may be more than just a reboot, with new rumors suggesting it could lead to a shared universe that includes Airwolf and the $6 billion man. But there was a key word in that particular paragraph: rumors. So take it with a grain of salt.
Ah,
Tachyon
I knew it.
Pulse.
We're back in the game. We're back in the rumor game. Woo!
No,
Yeah.
I
felt so
saw that
horrible.
I saw this too, and I thought, well, we could touch on it.
Yeah.
Since it's related to
It's related. Yeah.
Tachyon Pulse claims crossover plans. On the Tachyon Pulse podcast, it's claimed that Universal is developing a plan that connects multiple classic 80s properties, as Universal owns all three IPs. How convenient.
Hmm.
According to the rumor, again, it's a rumor, the studio is starting with the Knight Rider movie before expanding into projects involving Airwolf and the $6 billion man. And we agree they must keep the Airwolf theme music. You're damn right. Well,
Yeah.
same with Knight Rider.
Yeah. Both.
Same with the $1 Billion Man. You got to keep
Mhm.
those classic themes. The idea reportedly began during the writers and directors strikes when Universal executives looked at reviving several dormant franchises. Now, with Cobra Kai wrapped, the creative team of John Horowitz, Hayden Schlossberg, and John Hield is said to be pushing the concept forward. And God, that was a sexy looking helicopter.
Yeah. Unfortunately, she had a tragic end.
Yep.
But you know what I have in my desk right here, my friend?
You have Airwolf in your desk, don't you? A
And
miniaturized version of Airwolf.
close. Back in the day, and this was when this. Okay, now I gotta grab my cheaters here. Take my computer glasses off. Put these on. This was dated 89, I believe. You know, remember I talked about I was working with this air show,
Yes.
and we were trying to get some semblance of Airwolf for it. Well, obviously they didn't have the actual flyer anymore, but I talked to this Ted James, who worked out there. He was like one of the prop guys, mill prop shop that he was in.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it was way too expensive. To try to get this was $15,000. Plus,
Ouch. That's a lot of money even back then.
yeah, plus applicable taxes and loading of $800. I still got the letter from MCA right here, in the envelope. Just a second here, folks.
Yeah, but you see, Shane, I thought that the guys that were behind Cobra Kai did a good job on the series. They paid respect to what came before.
Mm-hmm.
And at the same time, were able to build a new legacy with the new characters that they introduce and not disrespecting characters that had been there previously. And, even bringing back some characters. So I think in those guys' hands, we could get something that could possibly be good. But again, like you said, it is Hollywood, so you never know.
I
But
hate myself.
I'm being optimistic.
Mhm.
You
Yeah, me
accidentally kicked yourself out.
Yeah, well, I got the mouse with all the buttons on it, including on the side, and I'm trying to rearrange it so I can get the camera in a spot. So, of course, back in the day, before we had physical digital cameras, let's see, can we have it? There's one of the pictures. What they had was the static prop
Mm-hmm.
for it, and this was her state in 1989 at MGM. That was obviously the tail section. The guns.
Can you bring it back a little bit because it's a little close to the.
Like this?
There
Is
you
this
go.
better?
Yeah, just so we could see a little bit more of it. Here,
Okay.
here's what I'll do. I'll change the aspect ratio.
Please change that. Please be so kind as to do that. Here, let me
Give
get off
me,
of this
gi-
screen
gi-
that
give
I'm on.
me, give me a second. There we
That'll
go.
work better. There we go. And okay, so I'm doing this kind of backwards, so I'm trying to. So there's like the tail section.
Hmm.
Guns. Of course, the main body. The look into the cockpit.
Mm-hmm.
I hate trying to do things backwards, but okay. Oh, there we go. And last but not least, more of the main fuselage. So those were the pictures that he sent back. That was what Airwolf looked like in 1989. I've always kept that. I finally found them, because well, we didn't. Actually, I do want to get these scanned in. But yeah, they're Polaroids because that's all we had. But we didn't have digital cameras back then. It'd be great if we did. But yeah,
No, but you got to check out what Lady Mist wrote.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I do need to get these scanned in. I gotta figure out a way to get those scanned in. But yeah, so I need to say I've had these for that long. I'm surprised that the Polaroids have lasted, but I've been keeping them in the envelope and in out of sun, so they haven't been
bleached from the sun.
Right, exactly. And as they like to go out. So I know it was kind of I know it's got, like I said, I'm going to try to get those on digital, and hopefully soon, and then do a better job of showing them off.
So it says here, streaming release and timeline. Instead of a traditional theatrical run, the project may go directly to streaming. The plan would see the Knight Rider film debut on Peacock in the US, with international rights handled by Netflix. A release isn't expected until early 2027. That's only 2 years from now.
Yeah.
It's not too far away.
Nah.
If the film performs well, the rumors suggest it could lead to a 10-episode series, eventually spinning off into Airwolf and the $6 Billion Man. Those shows would then build toward a crossover movie. Oh, could you see it, Baron?
Yeah.
Kid and Airwolf teaming up.
Yeah, I can see it, actually. I can see it. It would be great if they would have been able to do it back then, a crossover episode.
Yeah.
Because, they're both Glenn Larson production. No, one was Bill Zario, and Bill Zario was Airwolf. Glenn Larson did Knight Rider, but they did work together. So, it could have been. I think were they on the same network? Were they both NBC?
They were both Universal Productions. So
yeah, but there might have been a problem because I think Airwolf was CBS and Knight Rider was NBC. That could have been the big problem of doing a crossover back then.
Yep. It said share technology and AI storyline. It says the report adds the crossover will be tied together by AI technology. Kit, Airwolf, and the bionic upgrades in the $6 Billion Man will share similar AI-based systems, setting the stage for an overarching villain rooted in artificial intelligence. As the YouTuber notes, with AI increasingly in the spotlight, the storyline could lean into a more grounded but futuristic take, making the connection between the properties feel more seamless.
Yeah, it could be done. No, we
don't need Kit to be a Tesla. Kit needs to be a badass car, not a Tesla.
Yeah. No. 1,000 times no.
Michael, you forgot to charge me. Michael, my battery's running low.
I am stopping
here. Kit, what's wrong? Michael, I'm on fire. You're gonna die.
I just Daisy, tell me your answer true. Okay.
Car's still in discussion. It says the Tagge on Post podcast also touched on the ongoing debate about what car will serve as the new Kit. The Tesla Roadster, Dodge Charger EV are both being considered, with the final choice depending on sponsorship deals. So it's going to be an electric vehicle regardless, it sounds like.
Yeah.
If this rumor is true.
Disgusting.
Sorry,
Mhm.
that's just fucking hilarious to me. Oh yeah, I'm threatened by this car. Give me that.
Yeah.
Give me that Pontiac Trans Am over there
Yeah.
with the bar on the front.
I mean, what a
I'll take the
beautiful.
classic.
Yeah. I mean, what a beautiful car that was, Kit.
Mhm.
Back in the day, that was just like, oh, what line? I mean, I'm a Ford guy, and I'm drooling over a GM product. That and Bandit's Trans Am. It's like, oh. I mean, my car preferences go Ford, Dodge, or Mopar, and then GM. So obviously the General Lee is on the list too. But that's of course Mopar. But oh, what a beautiful car that was! I
Why
hated
couldn't
the one in
why couldn't
2000.
they commission GM to build a custom brand new kit?
Mhm. Yeah, it should be okay. Well, remember the movie The Wraith?
Yeah.
I mean, that was a prototype custom car. Never saw production, but yet Chrysler Plymouth let them use it for that movie.
Yeah. And Shane says there will no longer be Knight Rider because Kit's a strong female car and don't need no man driver.
Well, I mean, Kit can drive itself. Yeah, I mean,
Well,
remember
Kit
the
was able to drive himself.
yeah, remember the episode where they had the blind girl,
Yeah.
and they wanted the bad guys to think she could actually see for the trap, so she's behind the wheel and Kit's doing the driving,
Hmm.
so they could see her drive.
I mean,
Uh,
Michael would talk into his watch saying, Kit, where are you, buddy?
yep, his Apple Watch.
And Kit would say, hold your horses, Michael. I'm on my way.
Yep. I mean, then they got to bring Car back.
Yes, they have to bring Carr back. And God willing, one more time for Peter Cullen for the trifecta.
You know, they should have had him doing when they had the semi truck going after Kit. That should have been Peter Cullen. They had a voice and then Peter Cullen doing that one. That would have been apropos.
That would be Nemesis Prime, Baron.
Nemesis Prime.
No, really. There is
I know.
a version
That's
of
why I'm
Optimus known as Nemesis.
I know. That's why I'm laughing even more. It's like, yeah, it fits. I would love to see.
It does say here, building on nostalgia, Universal has long struggled to revive its 80s action brands, but combining Knight Rider, Airwolf, and the $6 billion man into a shared universe could be a way to finally make them resonate with modern audiences. Who cares about modern audiences? This old fogey wants it.
Yeah.
But Kit can't be an electric vehicle.
No, it can't be an EV. It can't.
It's got to be a muscle car.
Yeah. Well, I suppose that's what they're going to try to do if they could do the EV charger, or whatever.
Yeah.
But still, it should be you know what? If they need to do one, the Challenger.
I can see it.
I mean, look how beautiful that car is. Of course, I had a Mustang GT, 2006, a year after it came out, and I don't have it no more. Still kind of sad. But I tell you, the second one I would, second place would have been that Challenger. If I ever can get into the car again and the Challenger's still around, I'd get it. That would be an awesome kit.
Yeah, and Kit needs to be voiced by someone who can deliver the sarcastic line like Kit could.
Yeah. Yeah, Kit's a smart ass.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing though is I'm having my hard time wrapping my head around the $6 billion man being part of this universe. I mean, I suppose it could, but I mean, in some ways, the 6 million.
I think you need to
Million.
keep the $6 billion man away from Knight Rider and Airwolf. Knight Rider and Airwolf would work
Yeah.
seamlessly together
Mm-hmm.
because of the helicopter being what it is with its technology and Kit being what Kit is with Kit's
Mm-hmm.
technology. But keep the
Right.
$6 billion man away.
Right. That's the only thing I'm having a hard time putting with Kit. And I, like I said, I've always thought they were in the same universe. Because in many ways they're similar. Top secret stuff like that. I wouldn't have called Michael Knight a vigilante. He's actually working for an agency, so he's not a vigilante. He's just going out there and doing dangerous shadow work. Then of course you had Airwolf, and of course you had the great super spook himself in there, played by Alex Cord, white suit in the eye patch. I thought, hey, he looks, and of course he was friggin' cool. So I mean, you kind of got that where they're kind of either by being forced or no option, whatever, working in cahoots with each other. Working. So Stringfellow Hawk having, okay, I'll work. I'll do this job for you, but you're still not going to know where I keep this helicopter. And of course, Michael Knight
No,
with Kevin.
Yeah. And the thing is, have it where, either the helicopter detects Kit or Kit detects the helicopter. And at first, I think they're going to be attacked. So Kit's doing all sorts of crazy things on the ground to try to screw up the helicopter's radar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And camera. And
there is a lot of possibility for Kit. But again, the $6 million man is about the only one that kind of sticks out like a sore thumb. I'm not saying don't bring it back, but at least look hard at the original book Cyborg.
Yeah. And even,
then,
even Shane's point is correct. $1 billion says isn't what it once was. It would be $1 trillion.
Yeah. I mean, back in the day, $6 million man, that was a lot of chunk of change.
Mm-hmm.
6 million now it's like, whatever. But yeah, it'd have to go into the trillion part now. But taking like Cyborg and updating it, not for a modern audience, but for where technology has gone. They're talking about AI. Well, what are they meaning with AI with a $6 million man? He's still a man with cyborg parts.
What do you mean Shane made you come to the dark side? I can see you on both sides, Gary. I can see you on YouTube and Rumble thanks to StreamYard and having everything connected properly.
The $1 billion man can handle real fights between people. Well, I mean, Michael Knight did do a few swinging the fists, and
yeah,
so
he did.
Stringfellow. Yeah. Well, and of course, Stringfellow didn't mind shooting people either. I mean, even Michael Knight didn't.
No.
But I'm sorry. The best thing about Airwolf was Ernest Borgnine. I mean, the helicopter and Ernest Borgnine.
Mm-hmm.
And Jan Michael Vincent played that role beautifully. Too bad he was such a schmuck.
Who's gonna play Bonnie though?
I don't know. Hard question. Oh, by the way, I checked. Unfortunately, neither one are on Tubi, but there's this movie from 2005 with a car that looks like Kit and some not even Timu level looking Michael Knight. It's called Night Driver, a globetrotting martial arts adventure involving a double-crossed assassin left for dead and the mysterious crime lord ring that saves him. Yeah, and they did have the fonts just like Knight Rider. It's like, it looks like it might be an Indian film.
Okay.
But it is in English.
Interesting.
Unfortunately, they don't seem to have either one on Tubi. I looked because it got me curious. They got The Greatest American Hero. That was a fun show.
Yeah.
Oh, they got the race too.
And Gary says, but I couldn't interact with my friend on Rumble. You know, Shane could be in two places at once.
Yeah, what's stopping
That's what
you,
streaming
man?
allows. You can be in
Yeah.
two places at once.
You are limiting yourself, sir. You are limiting. You have the power in you. Use that power.
I know that A-Team movie. At one point, I wanted to see it, but then I'm like, no.
I couldn't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I think that was what's his name's starting to fall into mediocrity. No, he did that, and then he moved on to doing the new Police Squad movie, Naked Gun.
Yeah,
Yeah, I just
Liam Neeson.
Liam Neeson. Thank you so much, Mr. Darkman. Oh, you know what? Oh, you know what? I just looked at my feed thing here and just called it up. And guess what was the first thing that came up? Fortress of Solitude movie and news. Knight Rider movie reboot will bring Airwolf back to life.
Who says they're not listening?
Yeah, they're listening, man. They're friggin' because I just kind of looked at it because they had a breaking news. I wanted to see if it was something important. But yeah, that right there, boom. It's like, where did it come from? Whose idea?
Where does he get all those wonderful toys?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It does say the Cobra Kai creators had great success reviving the Karate Kid, so hopefully they can do it again. Well, they also need to have a studio that lets them do their thing
Right.
and not interfere. But studios like to interfere, and you've got to hope they don't inject any politics that shouldn't be there.
No, we don't want that. I mean, Airwolf was part of all the same things that Bilzerios was basically up in arms about. The MIAs, missing veterans, stuff like that. That was a theme for many of his shows. They showed up in of course Quantum Leap.
It showed up
But
in
then,
Sequest.
yep. Of course, Air was a big one because Stringfellow Hawk's brother Stingen was missing, MIA, or MIA. Yeah, so that was always kind of a common theme that he had for a lot of his shows. Glenn Larson is whatever you could steal. So.
But Gary, I appreciate you coming over to the dark side. We have plenty of cookies. Chocolate chip cookies, not that oatmeal raisin crap the Jedi serve you.
Yeah. Even though the one place I worked at had some pretty good oatmeal raisin, and I'm not an oatmeal raisin fan, not by the least. I'm looking at her and how beautiful she was, Jean Bruce Scott. Trying to figure who could they get to play. I mean, they got to have that, because she's cute. She's pretty and cute.
Mm-hmm.
And they would have to try to. Now they probably grab someone that have tattoos and nose piercings and such, but yeah, I'm just kind of looking at it. There's a certain level of innocence. There we go. How about that? Certain level of innocence to the character.
Yeah, I mean, who are you going to cast as Bonnie? Who are you going to cast as Devin?
Mm-hmm.
Who's going to have that gravitas, as Devin?
Right. Oh yeah. Well, I think there's possibilities with some actors out there. but you have to grab them fast because there are some English actors you can get that would do it, and that's the thing. You have to go to England for it.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I mean, because he should be an Englishman. But who you're going to get to, who you're going to get to play, Dominic.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you have to have the right thing. Oh yeah, and let's not forget, Airwolf has a connection with Magnum PI, which also, again, part of
It's
the thing
universal.
but was also on par about the Vietnam War and Vietnam veterans. Again, that theme that he had throughout many of his shows. Boy, that would have been, yeah, it could be interesting. But yeah, I mean, now who would be someone that could be like Ernest Borgnine in that show? That'd be so
I can't
hard.
think of anybody now.
Even Alex Cord, who could be, Michael Archangel. I mean, Alex Cord, and he was a cowboy actor. I can't imagine it. I mean, it's like when they did, well, they call it the season 4. I like to call it Pseudo Wolf. But, Barry Van Dyke as St. John. It's like, really? I mean, at least Michelle Scarabelli was pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
But many of their choices for the weak Airwolf, the USA Network Airwolf, it just, I don't see it.
A lot of casting decisions need to be made, and the right casting choices, I don't know if they're there. What if they go with someone who doesn't fit the role of any of the characters that we love so much?
Mm-hmm. Right. And I mean, even Stringfellow Hawk, I mean, like I said, he played that role so perfectly. And how are you going to get someone to play that role? And is he going to be an Afghanistan, a veteran of Afghanistan now, or whatnot? No, the many fun adventures we had in the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have to, because it's just hard to believe that the Vietnam veterans are like when I was growing up looking at
World War II
II
veterans,
or for me, World War One.
mm-hmm.
So it's just this is going to be awfully hard to cast. Even Michael Knight, who you're going to have someone with that charm and wit that David Hasselhoff had.
Mm-hmm.
To basically,
the person's got to be charismatic too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. I mean, if he wanted to, David Hasselhoff could take over Germany and become the chancellor. I mean, that's how how popular he is over there. Can you have someone that can charm an entire nation? That's not America?
Good question.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna. Why is my UFP backwards? Gee, many crickets. I'm backwards.
I don't know why it's backwards. Check the settings, see if your camera's.
I'm looking in there. Yeah. Oh, it's set for mirrored. There we go. How's that, folks? Do I look better?
There, looks a lot better.
Yeah.
The United Federation of Planets.
The Franz Joseph one.
I don't hate it. Never have.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no. Okay, kick Shane out of here. He's done it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's it. No. This is unforgivable. What the hell are you doing, Shane?
The Scowl Rider. The Scowl Wolf. The Scowl The $1 million Pascal man.
Yeah.
Or just the age David Hasselhoff to play Michael Knight. You know, you have a stunt double doing all the stunts, all the running. Then the close-up
Yep.
shot, the agent.
Mm-hmm. There we go. Hey, and have you ever seen Kung Fury? It's on YouTube.
I haven't seen it.
You need everybody here needs to see Kung Fury. It has the Hoff in it. It it is a brilliant spoof of the 80s action films that we'd have.
Mm-hmm.
And it's done up like you're watching a VHS back in that time. Everything is just. I am putting it in the chat, folks.
Okay. And
Oh,
Lady Miss says, I like Trinity Blood, just finished watching it. Look to see if it was on. You stupid boob. I like that name. A bunch of reviewers said it was the worst anime ever, so I have bad taste in anime now.
Don't we all? No, there is the link, the YouTube link to Kung Fury. It's only about 30 minutes long. This thing is wild. And they got David Hasselhoff to sing in it. And he also has a small vocal part in that. But it's just, it was done, was it Finland or was it, were they in Finland? I can't remember, but they made it, got everything put together, and it was it's 10 years old. They're working on a Kung Fury 2, or I think it's done, but they're having issues with copyrights and stuff like that. But you need to watch it. You need to watch this. You're going to sit back. I watched this, and I watched that one Iron, the one where the Germans are on the moon, and they got the space zeppelins. Iron, I got them all back. I watched both of them, and I walk back going, Kung Fury is far superior of doing a spoof of something like that. And yeah, it's the Bionic Pascal. You guys are evil in the chat. You're wrong. And Gary, I want to see you after class. Okay? And Shane, are you chewing gum? Do you bring gum for everybody? I bet you're looking at it right now, aren't you?
He's going.
Yep.
Popping his bubbles. And...
But that is my gift to all of you to watch. I saw this way back, and I it's like, oh, it's still on. It's still got it on there. And of course, on their site, they have the stuff where, the behind the scenes stuff. They even got the music video that David Hasselhoff did. Yeah, he did a music video to this. So don't hassle the Hoff. Watch Kung Fury.
Is David Hasselhoff. Is David Hasselhoff.
Well, with a name of like Hasselhoff, why wouldn't the Germans love him?
Exactly. But is there anything else you want to talk about real quick before we start wrapping up?
There was something that's been bothering me for a long time, and even at 2:00 in the morning, I saw something that I had to tell you about. I can't remember if it was like Banana Ball had it or whatnot, but I was meaning to. So obviously, I don't have that to talk about for a last thing. No, I love this time of year. It's spring, fall, spring down under. Not officially, but it's meteorological. But really, honestly, what I think we hit a lot of stuff. Like I said, the one thing I was holding back on, I did let go when that article came, and I was happy to do that. And see,
Well,
I
when I
see
see
good things,
stories like that, I do think that we should discuss them.
and I said good things about Barack Obama. So yeah, he wasn't my man. He was my president, but he wasn't my man. But it's like if I can do that, can people just relax? Like, can't we just all get along?
Yes.
Kaboom.
Yes, we can. And again, earlier in the stream, we addressed someone who has been trolling the channel for quite some time, and
Hmm.
I've had enough.
Yep. And I'm calling bullshit on you're wrong. You didn't watch Baywatch because of Hasselhoff. I know that.
I didn't
And it
watch
wasn't.
Baywatch because of Hasselhoff. I watched Pamela Anderson. I watched
Yep.
Nicole Eggert,
Hmm.
Yasmin Bleep,
Yep. That's so you can't.
Donna
You
D'Erico, and
see. You saying you're a Hoff fan, especially when it comes around to Baywatch, is like saying I get Playboy just for the articles.
yeah. And I can name another one, Tracy Biggs.
Mm.
That's why I watched Baywatch, babes in bathing suits. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, as we called it, Babe Watch. Yeah.
Yep, that's what we
But
called
then
it
there
back
was
in the day.
Baywatch. If you
Because
were really,
you want to know something, Barrett?
hmm,
Monday nights is when I usually watch the Next Generation when it
yeah,
had new episodes.
hmm,
What came out before Next Generation?
Baywatch.
Yep.
Now, you're wrong would be truly a Hasselhoff fan if he watched Baywatch Nights.
I actually tried giving it a shot.
Hmm. Yeah, it didn't really exactly endear itself to people.
No.
If he is a true Hoff fan, you would have watched that. But no, I bet you it's just I watched Baywatch for Hoff. Uh huh. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Again, like Baron said, that's like what, getting an issue of Playboy and reading Playboy for the articles. Nobody read Playboy for the articles. We all know that. We all checked out the centerfold. And if you're saying, no, I read it for the articles, you're a liar.
You know, and the thing is about the Hoff, though, in all seriousness with him, is he does have a good. Even when he was on, remember when the cheeseburger on the carpet thing, and he
Yeah,
was
I
on the
do
floor,
remember that.
and
And he was drunk.
yeah, because it was the thing that kind of turned him around because he was a drunk. He's an alcoholic, and
Mhm.
he doesn't hide or shy away like a lot of celebrities would burn that or whatnot, but uh he embraced it because it changed his life. And that's just kind of what think about that. I mean, how many people would do that, especially in Hollywood? They would fear that this would be the thing that destroys my career, but yet the Hoff, it didn't. I think it endeared people more to him, and he's able to
Mhm.
laugh about it. And
It,
I saw the celebrity roast
it
with him,
showed
and
that he's a real person with flaws like everybody else.
right, right, exactly. And that's what makes you a Hasselhoff fan. He's got that charisma, even his music. He's out there. He's got it's like, let's do it. Let's have fun. Even in Star Crash, when he was in Star Crash, it's one of his earlier roles. Christopher Plummer's son in that. Uh it's like, yeah, how can you not like the Hoff? How can you not? And you know, SpongeBob movie, the first SpongeBob movie. I rode the Hoff.
Mm-hmm.
It's just great that he has that right attitude to be somebody like that. So God bless David Hasselhoff. Really.
Mm-hmm.
No, I can see why Shane's a fan, always been a fan of his, or anybody else, even who grew up with like Knight Rider, then Baywatch, then the other projects that he worked on. I mean, remember he was the first on-screen appearance of a certain superhero of Shield.
Yeah. Yeah, he was. He was the first Nick Cage.
He was. Eye patch and everything.
Yep. Say what you will.
Mm-hmm. You can't take that away from him.
No.
I don't. Yeah, I saw that. It's been a. Yeah, I don't think they ever re-aired it, but I remember watching the first demo round, but don't remember much.
But do you have anything you'd like to promote before we get out of here?
Well, I guess Monday is not going to be a holiday, so we'll probably look at some contraband police. Keeping Arcanistan safe, making Arcanistan great always. Uh, we will make sure that the vodka we have is our pure vodka, our ice cold pure vodka of Afghanistan, and we're going to make sure that our cigarettes are going to be safe Afghanistani tobacco blend cigarettes, not the stuff you try to sneak into our nation. So please join me over there, of course, comrades, at 5 o'clock Central Standard Time, or as I like to call it, capitalist pig time. And watch it on Baron Orman Tagge. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. Baron Orman Tagge's Phantom Legacy. Again, 5 o'clock Central Daylight Time. Phantom Legacy for more adventures in that kind of time with Contraband Police. And tomorrow, we have over at the 540 studio, a certain man by the name of Jace has a show called The Beyond. That's right, The Beyond. And we ask you to join us over there. That's at between 6 and 6:30 Central Daylight Time is when that show is. And it has Prismatics as your host. How apropos is his channel. Prismatics. It will have of course, you never know exactly who's going to show up or what, but this is the list of potentials. Prismatics, Kilta de Cajon, Tom, the Techno Sapien Geek, maybe Cash Money. Where the hell are you?
He stood us up again.
He did, yep. Hoshi, or Hashi, and Whoopa Troopa, and myself. So please join us over there. Chase Fox's 540 studio for the Beyond. Other than that, I was just checking something on Monday, but so let me check on that. But I'll throw it back to you, and if I do have word on that one, I'll let you know.
No problem. And again,
oh wait, I will say that. Okay, it's out now. Over on Pops's channel, the Forgotten Christmas movie that Pops and I watched, the great Chuck Norris Invasion USA from 1985. So that's our first time watching our watching again. I didn't remember much of that movie, so it was like a first time watching for me since I only saw it once. But yeah, it's a Golden Globus action adventure film. So I invite you to go over to Pop's channel and take a view, take a gander at it. Pops and I had fun discussing it. So yeah, there we go. I just wanted to see if that was out, and it is. So
all right. But I do appreciate everybody being here, and I just want everybody to know that whenever you're able to come here, it is greatly appreciated. Now, I will say, if you do come here and you constantly troll, then I will politely ask you to leave, if that's all you're going to do when you come by. But I do want to thank those who did come by, and hopefully you enjoy the show and you understand my point of view as far as where I stand when it comes to trolling. I want to thank Lady Mist for coming by. I also want to thank Lester Skeptic Tank Obsessions. I keep wanting to call him Lester San Jose the Skeptic Tank out of habit. Of course, Shane, thank you very much.
You're wrong.
DJ Ronnie G, thank you very much. Really appreciate it, brother. Today's of Jason Fox 540 Studios. thank you.
Never heard of them. Never heard of them.
Also, Tree Rock Creations, thank you very much. We also had Conda TV stop by over on the Rumble side, so thank you, Conda.
Rumble.
Tim, thank you for stopping by, and also thank you for that article on Navanda. Really appreciate it.
Shall we start calling him a producer since he's giving us articles?
Well, I thought we had enough time to talk about that article too.
No, I'm not being jerky. It's like we should give him that producer credit for supplying a great article about a sad thing, but it's still a great article. Thank you.
And also, Gary, thank you for stopping by on both the YouTube side and Rumble side. Really appreciate it.
It's like that episode of Star Trek where Kirk is split into two. So his evil side's on the one, his good side's on the other.
Yeah, but which side is the good side of Gary? Which side's the evil side of Gary? None of us know.
That's exactly it.
But I do want to invite everybody to stop on by again tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern, where I will continue playing Mega Man, although this time it won't be Mega Man X3 since I have finally beaten that game. It'll be Mega Man X4, the first of the X series to premiere on the PlayStation 1 and Sega Saturn. Of course, the version that you'll be seeing is from the PlayStation 1 version on the Mega Man X Legacy Collection.
Ooh.
And then Saturday, well, it's going to be take 2 of The Adventure Continues, Star Trek Discussion, Episode 10.
Screw you, Bill Gates.
Yeah, stupid Windows 11 update.
You know what? The day after, I had another update.
Ay.
Yeah. So those took 2 updates in like a week.
Yep, that's all they do with these operating systems anymore is update. Screw this up, screw that up. Listen to this conversation. Listen to that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, Saturday, 8 p.m. Eastern, take 2 of episode 10 of The Adventure Continues, a Star Trek discussion, where Baron and also Spock's Friday Night will join me once again. Speaking of which, I do need to send the invite link to Spock. I'll do it after this broadcast.
And you were kind enough to put that discussion that we were having on. I haven't watched it yet, but I see you put that when we're trying to. Well, I suppose you could say stall for time, but Spock and I had a pretty nice conversation going there. So.
Well, I looked at it and I already deleted it over on the Rumble side. I already deleted it from the X side, but I was looking at it and I'm saying there's no real way I could cut out before that conversation without it affecting the rest of the video. So I thought I'm just going to leave it as is, and I'm going to keep it as part of the videos of the channel because I thought you and Spock had a great conversation, and the way I looked at it, well, I was given lemons during Saturday's broadcast. However, Spock and Baron made some wonderful lemonade.
Well, yeah. So I thank you for doing that. There, I mean, truly honored that you thought it was good enough to do that with. So,
well, I mean, considering the mood I was in after all that Saturday night, I was like, delete. Oh. And then I'm listening to your conversation. I'm going, you have been spared. Because I was thinking, Mike, you shouldn't be so quick to delete this. This is actually a good conversation.
And Airwolf's flying overhead.
Oh, I'm surprised it's not using its jets.
Well, the medical center is not too far from here, and they got a helipad there.
Yeah.
Now, I worked in that medical center for a few years. I never once saw a helicopter come in and land. But Lord, I've heard them. Because I always lived close to, the medical center.
Yeah.
Even when I was in Tag Manor before Tag Cottage.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Well,
thank you again though for that.
no problem. I mean, like I said, I was in the type of mood after what was going on
Hmm.
Saturday with all the technical issues, where it's like delete, delete, and
Yeah.
then I'm listening to the conversation that the two of you had, and I was thinking, no, I can say this, and I was almost thinking about having it premiere after we actually discuss Move Along Home, but I'm thinking, nah, no, this is too
Hmm.
good to wait and have it premiere at some other time.
Right.
But I do want to let everybody know that on Sunday, well, the late great Ernie Banks of the Chicago Cubs, Hall of Famer, used to say, "Let's play two," when it came to a beautiful day at the old ballpark. And, he was a famous shortstop for the Chicago Cubs baseball team. And on this Sunday, we are going to play two movies that are based on historical baseball events. One that was, a mark on baseball because of what happened, and one that highlighted what baseball can still be even when the men are all fighting the war during World War II. So the first movie we'll be watching this Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern will be Eight Man Out, based on the 1919 White Sox scandal, or it's also known as the Black Sox scandal,
Hmm.
where they threw the 1919 World Series against the Cincinnati Reds.
I'll tell you, when that movie did come out back then, it was the talk of the town. A
Hmm.
lot of people were talking about that.
Yeah.
So it had an impact because at that time the Black Sox scandal was kind of revived. Historically, people talking about what was going on there because
Hmm.
that was kind of the era where we had great baseball films.
Yeah, we did. We did. I mean,
Yeah.
you think about 88, 89.
Hmm.
You had Bull Durham, you had
Hmm.
Field of Dreams, Eight Men Out.
Hmm. And even
Eh,
before that, I mean, you had the Natural earlier in the decade, and which was one that was starting, helping give a start. There was that one with Robert Wall that was about a minor league team. I can't remember. I don't remember the name of it, but that was there. I liked that one. It was funny.
mhm.
But yeah, I mean, this was this was like kind of that era where it was baseball films,
Yeah.
and yeah, so of course, where some were going kind of silly, some were serious drama, like The Natural was. Uh, this, of course, was docudrama, about a real event, and so that really got people noticing. So,
And our second film is loosely based on the All American Girls Professional Baseball League that started in 1943 during World War II and ran from 1943 to 1956. And again, when our men were off to war during World War II, this new league came up because they didn't know if there was going to still be Major League Baseball with all the best players all fighting the war. But
mhm.
the All American Girls Professional Baseball League came about, and A League of Our Own is a movie loosely based on that story. It's
Mhm.
not entirely, nonfiction. There are some fictional parts in it, except, taking some, liberties with, instead of it being PK Wrigley, it's, somebody else who started the league. But
Mhm.
PK Wrigley, the owner of the Chicago Cubs, was the one who came up with the idea along with a few others. And there is a wonderful scene at Wrigley Field where you see Madonna, you see Rosie O'Donnell, and of course everyone else is there. John Lovitz is there, but it's a great movie. It's an awesome movie, and Baron, it's kind of fitting that Sunday we're having a double header of two baseball movies, considering that's where this channel got its start, recapping Chicago Cubs games with the
Mhm.
box score.
Yep.
And I do want to say that Sunday's episode of Pop Talk will actually be its 400th episode.
Wow. Batting 400, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
So
yeah,
it
and
in a
the sad
way, the channel's gone back full circle.
nothing wrong with that because I I love baseball. I was just pissed off at Major League. That's all. Major League
Yeah.
Baseball.
Yeah.
But the sad thing, though, we're talking about a league of their own. That women's league did last after the war, but unfortunately not that long. A few years after. I think it
Mhm.
finally ended in 48. So
56 was the last
fit,
year.
56. Okay.
Yes.
Which is sad because I would love, and maybe this is what it was I was going to talk to you about that was there. Banana ball, of course, the Harlem Globetrotters of baseball, even though they're out there doing antics, they are trying to play real baseball. They are still trying to win and all that, but they're just having a ton of fun, right?
Hmm.
They actually had a first where you had a woman pitcher and a woman batter because they got women on their teams as well. And it's like, wow, this is, and they're having fun. And it's like, it's not a DEI thing. It's like, oh,
No.
this one was like, a college big time softball player. And so now she's playing banana ball. So she's just
Well,
got to learn to throw overhand, not underhand.
well, that's the thing is that the All American Baseball League that was originally going to be a softball league because women weren't allowed to play professional baseball back then, but they were allowed to play softball. And then they changed it to baseball. And the difference between your regulation baseball used in the major leagues and the one that was used in the All American Girls Professional Baseball League was that the major league ball is 9 and I think it's 9 1/3 inches, something like that. I don't know. They changed it over the years too,
Yeah.
but for that time, I'll just round it off to 9.5 inches in
You know,
circumference,
mhm,
and the girls' baseball was 12 inches.
mhm. I honestly think a woman's major league league would actually work. Well, maybe not now because of how they screwed up all the rules in baseball.
Hmm.
But I always thought that really baseball game itself, you could have a team that has women and men together on that because both have their baseball is one of those games where you can play off the strengths and weaknesses of anybody in the game, right? Um,
Hmm.
you could have a woman power hitter, or she might not be a power hitter, but she can run. Try to get her on base and then put a power hitter after her and see if she can, how far she can get. How many bases
Hmm.
with that. Uh, which was why it was fun watching the banana ball with the women in there. The three teams have each have at least one woman on it, and again, like I said, it's not a DEI. They know how to play. Don't f with them. And I don't think a women's league would have a problem. Unlike the WNBA that act like a bunch of entitled, spoiled brats,
Hmm.
that'd be kind of the one thing you wouldn't see in women's baseball. Because how can you not love the game?
Well, it's like my one friend. I mean, I had two friends who had sisters that were on the softball teams, but my one friend, there was this time, and it was when we were in Chicago, my first time to Chicago,
Hmm.
and she's just warming up because the softball season, when we get back home, is kicking up again.
Hmm.
So she's warming up. So my friend and I thought, okay, well, do batting practice with her. Neither one of us could hit off her. That's how fast she threw.
Oh yeah, it is amazingly wicked how fast they can throw underhand or the underhand throw a softball.
Hmm.
It's like you would never think you could get a ball that size on an not over but under throw. But really, in some ways, doing that under is actually better because you're not working against those muscles; you're working with
Yep.
them. Why
Yep.
wouldn't you? So, yeah, that's just honestly, they don't need a league of their own. They put them in with the guys. I think they can all. I think again, everybody.
There's some
in baseball,
female coaches. There's a female coach for the San Francisco Giants.
yeah. Why not let them play in there? It's different than football. Different than rugby, but then
We're wrapping up, Cash.
yeah. I was going to ask, did you see the DMs?
I turned Discord off.
Oh, okay.
I'll let you make an appearance, but seriously, dude, we're wrapping up.
Yep, we're coming.
Oh,
to
it's
an
all
end,
good.
my friend.
No worries.
Oh, there is worries. Where the hell have you been?
No, I already wrote what had happened. So, but continue.
Yeah, but yeah, I would like to see that. That'd be a change. Me. Listen to me, Mister Rah Rah Rah, about this stuff.
Whamming.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is I don't see, again, as long as it's that DEI hires, as long as they're going in with skill, and there's a lot of skilled women out there that can give the men a run for their money in baseball. Just like I said, you have the women's rugby league, and you watch between. It's like, yeah, they both have different styles, but my God, I still wouldn't want to, face women in a rugby game. It's like, whew, they're pretty dang tough, and like the tank I saw that.
Hello, Lady Miss.
Yeah. Oh, Lady Miss, don't say hi to him. He doesn't deserve it.
I mean, I can remember, trying to hit off my friend's sister when she was pitched the softball, and my friend's dad was saying to both my friend and myself, "It's not easy, is it, guys?" No, and we weren't mocking her. We knew how good of a pitcher she was, but we were there, and she needed someone to throw against.
Yeah.
Well, it's not like these people can't work hard and they aren't talented. It's just that, is it going to sell? That's the whole thing. And so,
I think so.
We'll see how this goes for this pro female league. They
Well,
tried it years ago, but
there isn't one. I'm just saying, I'd like to see.
There's I'm looking there. There's one that's going to be starting next year.
That's what I'm
saying.
Oh, there
is.
Yes, there is.
Yes, let me.
Do better. It's going to do better than the WNBA.
Well, the thing is, there's talented players in the WNBA. It's just their attitudes.
That's the important thing.
Their entitlement is what they have.
Their entitlement. I don't think someone like Caitlin Clark is very entitled, but she's been sucked into, unfortunately, some of the crap and
forced into it. But the thing is I think it's going to be different with baseball. It really is, because I think just like women's rugby, there's no sense of entitlement.
But C League's involved in it, so that puts a big red flag.
Well, that's the thing, though, is look what he did to baseball in general.
Right.
And that's the sad thing. We took care of all these stupid things that they put in there. I'll tell you something. The women could start, giving the men a run for their money. I mean,
honestly. they can do. Their league could be successful. They just need to market it better. I mean, the WNBA, I still feel, doesn't market their own league enough. They rely too much on the NBA. Without the NBA, the WNBA goes bye-bye. So,
I mean, I'd watch this.
After years, well, I mean, it basically says at the end here that the Women's Professional Baseball League prepares for its 2026 launch. So yes, it's coming in 2026. And yeah, of course, I'm a baseball guy. I'm gonna watch it.
Hey, it'd be interesting to see the advertising tie-in. So. Coming live from Tampax Field, we have the.
I mean, softball is still. I mean, softball's not a bad game, and
No, it's not.
it's really not. It's
Mhm.
so they got talented people in there, and
Right.
they put on. It's all supposed to be entertainment, but
Well, yeah. I mean, you
you
got
know,
men's softball too. So I mean, men
yeah.
and women's
yeah.
softball. Then you got men's baseball, um, and all
Isn't
that.
there also a rugby league for women too? I think there
Yeah,
is. Isn't
Baron
there?
mentioned that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, there isn't. There isn't a league for it. There is several leagues
Several
for it.
leagues. Oh, okay.
Well, what do you want to go with? You want to go with Six Nations? Do you want to go with it's all the different ones. It's all the different
Yeah.
ones. You got the Black Ferns out of New Zealand. That's the women's team that complement the All Blacks. And then you got the other. Yeah. There's several leagues that
But
have women's rugby.
this is also this is another way for the sports media to start. It's always so historic. It's historic. And they start that again.
Yeah, that's vomiting.
Yeah.
It
The
is.
thing is, this won't even be the first, and neither was the
No.
All-American Professional Girls Professional Baseball League. There was one in the 1800s that was started.
Yeah.
Go figure, right? Why should they do their history? This is historic this time. This is something new and different.
Just like my great grandmother, she played basketball when she was in school.
Yeah.
My mom played basketball in school.
Yeah, right. And yeah, I mean, I couldn't imagine my great grandmother because you're seeing someone who's a lot older, but it's like, oh, really? Okay, that's it's like, oh, they had it back in that dark ages.
they had it back in the caveman days. I used to give my parents a hard time. I said, "Oh, they had that back in the Stone Age."
No, I'd be interested, other than the fact that the poison of Selig, but
oh god,
this
no balls.
league.
No, really,
Yeah,
that's what I used to call Selig, no balls.
If they be like, we don't care what C League thinks, and we're just going to run with this, and they actually promote it, we actually see the women promoting it more, like the WNBA, and not acting like brats. Yeah, it just might take off.
Well, there is a magic. There is a magic to baseball, I think, for even players, even the most jaded of players.
Sure.
The love of the game, which really starts surpassing that entitlement. Yeah, you got entitled players and stuff like that, but you walk up to bat, or you're getting ready to pitch, or you're out in the outfield, and especially if you're in an open air stadium, the grass, all that stuff, it just permeates into you, knowing that you're playing this game that goes back, is well over 100 years old. It's been such a pastime. The names that were associated with this game, the history that's associated with that game, with the game. How can that not affect a woman as much as it affects a man? And that starts taking that entitlement away.
Right. Well,
it goes to the fact that you feel honored that you're standing here, because they're going to be playing. They're going to be playing in the regular arenas or stadiums. I mean, so you might have a Chicago team that's playing all women team in Wrigley Field. What player, male, female, or in between, wouldn't have that sense of awe? Especially if they get sucked into the ivy.
Well, I mean, again, going back to my last time going to a game at Wrigley, there are people of all ages, creeds, you name it, sexes, male, female, but we all love the game of baseball.
Well, yeah, and I mean, again, it's the silly one. It's the banana ball. But the last weekend, the Tailgaters in the Savannah Bananas, they played in the Pittsburgh Stadium.
yes. Yeah, they did.
It was full.
That's more than the Pirates themselves can draw.
Just like when they went into the White Sox Stadium, they filled it for 2 days. Or was it 3? I can't remember. That was a
because
one or not.
You want to know why? People want to see fun baseball again. They don't
Right.
want to see it bogged down with rules like it is now.
Right. And they want to see players actually
Out there enjoying the game.
Right. I mean, when these guys are doing their trick plays, it's like, in the professional game, they probably get yelled at by their coach. But damn it, it shows their
They
talent. Well, it depends. But it shows the talent, shows the fun, and it's still part of the game. I mean, you need a little bit of that because it starts showing off these people's skills a little bit more. If, tell them, cut loose a little bit. Keep it professional, but cut loose. Because even with the banana ball, they're still keeping it professional, even though they're cutting loose.
Mm-hmm.
And how these guys do it with everything, the shenanigans they're doing on the side or between innings, they're always on the move.
Yeah,
Always
because
on the move.
here's the thing: they may be putting on these shenanigans like the Harlem Globetrotters did for basketball, but they still have to know the skills
Of
of
course.
baseball to do so. Just like the
Well,
Globetrotters still had to know the skills of basketball.
It's
But, I
just
mean, they're
like
not-
it's like the whole thing about like wrestling and stuff, and it's like yes, but these people still have to be in shape. Oh, but it's scripted and it's this and it's
They still
fake
have
and
to
it's-
be in
They
shape.
still have to be in shape.
Mhm.
They can really hurt themselves if they're not. So even
Mhm.
if it's fake or not fake,
Even if they are in
Yeah.
shape, if they botch a move,
yes,
that could seriously injure them, if
Yes.
not end
Yeah.
their career.
hmm
Right.
It's
Yes.
It has. Yeah,
yes,
it has.
I mean, it's
So,
even happened in baseball where, a catcher gets knocked down and,
Mhm.
suffers a concussion and unfortunately can't come back.
Right. I mean, when it comes with that banana ball, that's amazing though, is they're not sitting in the dugout between innings. They're out there
No.
doing shenanigans, entertaining the fans in the sideline while the game's going on. And they were doing this even before the game started because, they have like about an hour beforehand, they're doing stuff and entertaining and such. So it's like a 3-hour fest of these guys constantly on the move, whether they're playing the game or doing a dance routine or whatnot. It's like I'm looking at it, I'm getting exhausted. How can you guys constantly be on the move? When in professional baseball, they just sit in the dugout.
Mm-hmm. And you can tell when, players in Major League Baseball don't care.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, when they're jogging to first or whatever.
Yeah.
Yes, acting like assholes and so on. But
See-
yeah, there's still some great plays, obviously, in baseball. It's just
Right.
this is obviously with the Savannah Bananas is a different, and they want to have more fun and
Yeah.
Mhm.
But he's talking about it. It's like just jogging to first. I mean, that one was so great about the late Kirby Puckett. And where's his ball?
Yeah,
I
well,
got
he
his
was a
ball
great
here
player.
somewhere, I want to look at it. But the
He is
thing is no matter what, even was going to be inevitable that he would be out at first. He didn't care. He ran.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
He gave it every effort, whether he, even if he knew that he might not make it. But you know why?
Well,
Because there could have been error, right?
You don't know
Well-
if you're going to get a hit unless you hustle out of the box. That's rule
Right.
number one. You put your head down and you hustle out of the box.
Mm-hmm. But the guy throws at first, and it's inevitable that you're going to be out. But no, the first baseman made an error.
Or because you were hustling, you managed to beat the thrower to first because your foot hit the bag before the ball hit the glove.
Yep. Boom. It's like always give 100%. I don't know
Would
if
be
baseball
nice.
players are doing that much. I don't watch baseball.
we can't. You can't even get that from a lot of people in a video game. So
No.
No, you can't.
hey, I want to be lazy, but you guys understand we have to
Watch-
work as a team to win, right? No. I want to get all my kills in my game.
Oh,
Screw you guys.
and-
I mean,
And please watch my CPU versus CPU.
Right. Jeez. Look, if you're gonna do any kind of stream of CPU versus CPU, please do some commentary, please. And
Yeah.
that'd be great.
I mean, whenever I played, whether it be baseball or softball, whether it was in PE or with some friends, I always hustled out of the box.
Yeah.
Right.
And I also hustled around the bases because my thinking was not only do I want to get to the next base, maybe I can get to from first to third or possibly home. Maybe if I hustle enough, they'll have to make a quick throw and it'll be offline. I'll get in safe.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of people didn't expect someone like me to hustle. No, I wasn't the greatest player, but whenever I had a chance, I'd bust my ass.
Mm-hmm. Even with all those balls to the head, you're kind of like our Ernie Pantuso.
No, the only severe hit I ever took was to my right eye, and that was when I was playing catch with a friend. And
yeah, I remember getting hit in the chest with a 50, it might have been a 50 or 60 mile an hour fastball or something, and that hurt. I was like, when I was like 11 or 12, man, I was, oof. Yeah,
I would think that
that hurt a lot.
I remember one time I was playing a game with some friends, and one of them, and I was pitching, and one of them hit the ball back to me, and I managed to turn around just quick enough where the ball hit my back. Yeah, it hurt, but I'm glad it hit my back and not my head or anything.
It's just, I mean, my coach, he like forfeited some games. I think it turned me off from playing baseball again. It's just like, wait, why are we doing this? Why did we're forfeiting? Like there were a few games and they just forfeited. And I'm like, why?
He's counting the money he got paid off. Yeah.
Right, exactly. So weird. Yeah.
Things like that would never happen, right?
No, right? Yeah, never. I would hope not. Not at that age. But,
there were times when I would pitch, I would throw my curveball, and my friend's brother would say, "Hate it when you throw that curveball. I can never hit it." And I just smile.
We couldn't tell our parents, "Hey, we don't want to go outside. We want to say, no, you're going outside. You're going to play sports. You're going to do this.
Go ride your bike. Go do something outside."
That's right.
Play tiddlywinks with manhole covers. Just do something.
Yes. Manhole covers.
Me and my friends, because it was an open field at the time, they hadn't built any houses yet, but we would go out and we would play in that field, take our bikes and have fun. We'd come back and we'd be dirty, but we had fun.
Well, you're supposed to.
You're supposed to have
you
fun.
Came back clean. Point. That's something where it's like, okay, what were you up to? The dirtier you were, the more of a pass you got.
Yep.
But Cash, do you have anything you want to promote before we get out of here?
Yeah.
No, not right now. No, I'm not gonna.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not right now. Later, but not right now.
All right. But again, everybody, appreciate you being here and hope to see you tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern. If not tomorrow, possibly Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern. And if not Saturday, then maybe Sunday for our doubleheader. But until then, everybody, remember on this channel, don't ever give up on me in a game, because just when you do, you might miss something. And an oldie but a goodie. I'm not just a baseball guy. I'm an all-around guy. Have a good night, all.
And update your windows.
Autobots, transform and roll out.